exciting. We've got Roman Reigns. He is going to be on the show tonight, as is John Cena. There is a Triple H announcement, which I still haven't seen any speculation for. We did a video on the second channel for that. So, video on the second channel as to what was going to get said by Triple H. Just threw out a few thoughts as to what it might be. Don't actually know what it's going to be, but just put out a few thoughts as to what it could have been. I'm thinking new tag titles. That's kind of where my thoughts at, but as we said, really not much has been speculated about there, or not much has been rumored or reported about what that's going to be. So we got Roman on the show, we got Cena on the show, we got Triple H with an announcement. Nick Aldis, rumors that Nick Aldis is about to be made a GM, which would be awesome. Really awesome. It would be even better if he was a wrestler, but if he is going to be made a GM tonight, which there is word on the street, I got to tell you, I don't know the original source of this. I have seen it doing the rounds on Twitter, and it seems to have gained a bit of traction. So, could be a load of waffle, could be a load of rubbish. Something just to keep an eye on, though. Nick Aldis may be made GM of Raw tonight. If it is, that'll be big news. And then Pretty Deadly against Brawling Brutes. So we got Pretty Deadly against Brawling Brutes. Pretty Deadly's in-ring return following the injury to Elton. And then Theory and Waller apparently getting an opportunity at Cody and Jay. So tag title match. This is something that was kind of coming through over the past few hours, so need to see all that confirmed. But I did see it on Wrestling Observer that Theory and Waller were going to get an opportunity at Cody and Jay. So, yeah, pretty stacked season premiere is what we've got coming up tonight. Lots of news as well. Obviously, we haven't really spoke since the Tuesday Night War. There was no stream on Wednesday because of the fact that AEW was on Tuesday instead. We haven't really spoke about that. We haven't spoke about Tony Khan's meltdown online, and it's a pretty epic meltdown. So we haven't spoke about that. We haven't spoke about Randy Orton, and there are some great reports coming out that Randy is being targeted for a return for Survivor Series. Don't know if that means he's going to be on a team. Don't know if that means he's just going to walk out and go da-da. But either way, we've got some news now, and it coming from Fightful as well, which is a great source, saying that WWE were targeting Survivor Series. Now, I don't know what the were targeting means. I'd much rather that says is targeting rather than were targeting. So I don't know what the wording of that implies, but either way, it's the latest update we've got. We know that he's been at the Performance Center, so it's only encouraging. I would rather it said is targeting than were targeting, but whatever. It's still better to have some sort of indication as to where we're going. That's a better update than it looks like he's going to have to retire, a much better update. So, lots to talk about, lots to get our teeth into. Let's have a look and see. Wow, look at all the people joining us. Shout out to everyone that's in the chat. I want to try and get to as many thoughts as possible. Rumor is Nick Aldis could be the announcement, says Canadian. Oh. So it could be that Triple H is going to announce a new GM, and that GM turns out to be Nick Aldis. Okay. That's interesting. Well, Nick Aldis being announced as GM or being revealed as the GM tonight is being rumored. That'll obviously be a big moment if that's what we're doing, if that's where we're going, because that would mean that Adam Pearce is the GM of Raw, and I think Adam Pearce does a fantastic job. I really like him. I certainly wouldn't get rid of Adam Pearce. So Adam Pearce is the GM over on Raw, and then over on SmackDown, having Nick Aldis, former NWA World Champion, used to be in Impact TNA as well. He is a great, great wrestler. Had great matches with Cody over the NWA World Championship. He is someone that I would like to see be a wrestler, to be honest. He's not that old. I don't really know why we would put him in that GM role rather than at least get a little bit of wrestling out of him, at least, do something there. Perhaps they're thinking that maybe start him off as a GM and then maybe that will lead to the odd match. Don't know. I really don't know. Either way, I'm excited to see what we're going to do with Nick Aldis. I really, really like him. Matt Carney, shout out to you, says, can you accept both dark days as well as light days? When we see a bad botch, although there is sympathy, there is equally sinister enjoyment. Can you accept both dark days as well as light days? When we see a bad botch, although there is sympathy, there is equally a sinister enjoyment. Don't know what a bad botch would relate to. There was no enjoyment about what happened to Big E. I mean, that's a bad botch where it's like, oh my God, like he's just done. He's just done his neck, man. No, I don't think there's any. I'm trying to think if there is any angle that would be some form of excitement or enjoyment. I mean, I do like talking points. Because obviously you know that everyone's going to have different opinions. It's going to be a good conversation, but even that doesn't make me want to. I mean, I think the MJF thing is got a little bit of a sick kind of enjoyment to it because I am enjoying all the different reactions. We can talk about the MJF situation with the quarters. So there's been, I would say, overwhelmingly negative response to that. I have seen people go in, I can't believe how many crybabies there are in wrestling these days. They're not actually doing anything wrong. I have seen that on social media as well. And I think because no one is like physically being hurt or any careers are actually being ended, it's just at worst people getting offended. I think that is something that you can get a little enjoyment out of the fact that, this is going to be a spicy conversation. This is going to be an interesting conversation. This is going to be something where, yeah, okay, we can do something with this. Like, it's something interesting that has happened in wrestling. Now, you could be appalled by it. You could think it's one of the worst things you've ever seen in wrestling. But at the end of the day, you've still got food on your table. You're okay, right? You might have been offended, but do you know what? It's okay to be offended sometimes. It's okay to be offended. So I would say that, like, yeah, that's an interesting one we can get our teeth into. But like the Big E one, like, I genuinely, I don't think there was any enjoyment there. I don't think there was anything that I could get from that. That's not a conversation that I want to have. Not interested in that conversation. I don't think that's a spicy conversation. I don't think there's any fun in talking about if someone's career has just been ended, or who was to blame, or there's just no. I don't know. I just don't think there's any enjoyment in that because it's someone has got hurt there and someone's life has been changed. No one's life has been changed as a result of this MJF controversy. Right, so I kind of feel like I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe that example is too extreme. Maybe a bad botch would be, what Nia did to Kairi Sane, where she just got injured, got a little cut, bit. Maybe I can't remember if she had a concussion or something, but her career was not ended. So I don't know. I kind of feel like it really depends on the situation. Mitchell said, I still can't believe Tony's tweets this week, especially on the Cena Taker one. I saw he doesn't have to report to PR, so he can post whatever. Yeah, well, it's his company, isn't it? What's HR going to do with him? Fire him. Yeah, I'm talking about Tony's tweets then. Tony, I spoke about this the other day. Tony, I'm going to give Tony a bit of credit. right? I'm going to cut him a bit of slack, which might come as a bit of a surprise. But I think that what he was doing on Tuesday was actually quite clever because he was up against it, right? WWE had put Undertaker on the show. They'd put Cody on the show. They'd done like loads of stuff for NXT. And he was up against it. And I think he knew he was up against it. So he was trying to think outside the box. He was trying to think, what can I do to get people to tune into my show? How do I get people to tune into AEW Dynamite, right? How do I get people to know that Dynamite is even on tonight? Because don't forget, Dynamite was the show that was moving. It wasn't NXT, it was Dynamite that was moving to a Tuesday. And so what he did was he caused a load of controversy and he caused a load of noise. He kicked up a fuss. You know, he kicked up the dust. He had a little pop at some fans that had thrown shade at him. He had a little pop at WWE. And to be honest, who's he upsetting there? He's upsetting the hardcore fans that aren't going to watch him anyway. I think the gamble would be those kind of fans that watch both, where if they thought that he was being petty and they were like, nah, forget it. I ain't going to support AEW. I'll watch NXT instead. Tony's being stupid. How many people are in that boat? I genuinely don't know. And I don't think anyone here knows, right? I have no idea. But is Tony going to gain more by doing that and actually making sure that everyone knows Dynamite's on tonight? Because every time he did something, he always put, don't forget Dynamite on tonight rather than Wednesday, title Tuesday, massive matches. This is the channel. This is the start time. It was promotion, promotion, promotion. So he was kicking up the dust. He was trying to make noise. He was trying to cause controversy because he was trending. And if he was trending, then it meant that people were talking about him. They were talking about AEW. I thought he used social media better than WWE did on Tuesday. WWE on Tuesday just put out some posts, normal posts, nothing out the ordinary, all safe. Here's our matches, blah, 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 blah. Boring, boring, boring. Stale, boring, safe, you know. Whereas Tony was like doing something different. He was causing controversy. In some people's eyes, he was being a douche, but I reckon those people probably weren't going to watch him anyway. In AEW fans' eyes, they were cheering him on. I like, could he have attracted a few more people that didn't know? Don't know. Was it worth the gamble? Yeah, I reckon probably it was. Probably was worth the gamble. It makes Edge's message again seem absolutely silly, but I know I sound like a broken record, and I won't say it anymore, right? Because at this point, it's just, you know, it is what it is. I mean, it was a stupid thing for Edge to send. He was tone deaf to what the actual situation was, and so it's proved, right? So done, boxed. We'll move on from that now. So if we just accept that there was a war and that these two companies were trying to get the better of each other, I thought Tony used social media on Tuesday quite well to try and get his message across, right? That's the end of my praise. Because what he's done now, I think he's been a douche, right? Because now he's still doing it after the fact, after Tuesday. And I think now it's making him look petty. I think now it's making him look like a sore loser. Now it's making it seem like he's rattled. I could make an argument for it on Tuesday. He was trying to get attention because he had a show that was changing nights. Get it? I think I've got my head around that. But doing it afterwards, where you're not actually promoting anything, it's just petty. It's petty. And he is now making, in my opinion, AEW seriously uncool. Seriously uncool. Seriously, like, do you want to support that guy? Is that the person that you think is going to save wrestling? That's the person that you want to stand behind? Listen, AEW fans can turn around and say, what, and you want to stand behind Vince McMahon? after all the things he's done in the past and all the allegations that he's got. And you know what? They'd have a fair point, in all fairness, wouldn't they? They'd have a fair point. It would be a perfectly acceptable rebuttal. But I don't need to worry about having that conversation with hardcore AEW fans because I'm not interested in that kind of dialogue at the moment, right? I'm more interested in saying Tony had an opportunity to be the bigger person, to be the better man, and he's decided to go down this road that he's going down. Is that a good look? Is that something that wrestling fans are going to gravitate towards and think, yeah, man, he's cool. I want to watch that show. Or are they going to gravitate away and move away from it? Because I know what direction I'm going, right? At the moment, he is like, you know, where you've got two magnets and they just like oppose each other. You can turn them around and they attract, or you can turn the other way and they'll oppose each other. Like, we've got some serious opposition going on at the moment. Like, I just find it. I agree with Mitchell saying that, you know, it's unfathomable what he's doing at the moment. If you haven't seen or heard, there's been a couple actually that he's put out. I think there was another one that came out today. And even the one today was crazy because it was about his mom. And I don't even know where this came from. I'll show you. I'll show you the tweet. I wonder if I can get it on screen. I'll show you the tweet. And don't worry, if you're someone that's not bothered by this, we won't stick on it for long. But this is the tweet. So this weekend marks 1 year since Mayo Clinic saved my mom's life. Amazing. You know, nothing but respect to his mom and that situation, yeah. During her ordeal, many AEW talent came to me alleging that WWE were tampering and inducing them to break their contracts. I'll never forget these phone calls. At her side in the hospital, it's when business became personal for me. This is nothing new. I mentioned it last year after she came home. It's relevant today because she checked in for surgery 1 year ago today. As I've mentioned several times, Mayo Clinic are heroes, and thanks to them, her recovery has been a very grim outlook, but has been a miracle. Right. I mean, like, first of all, God bless that woman, right? God bless that woman. I am not like these awful, awful people that are going in on his mom, right? That's on social media. It ain't going to come as a surprise to you, right? If you've been a part of that, or if you know people that have been a part of that, like, shame on those people, man. Shame on those people. Because if you got an issue with Tony and his booking and like that, I mean, to go in on a woman who's, you know, completely innocent to this, and just because it's his mom and whatever, I mean, this is where social media is just an absolute dumpster, right? So let's park all that noise. But can you see how there's two things going on here? He's kind of sending a tweet out praising the Mayo Clinic, praising, like, it's been a year since my mom was in, but he still somehow manages to put in, like, about WWE. Like, it's always there, isn't it, at the forefront of his mind. It feels like there's no way he can have a conversation without WWE being put in, you know? It's like, I'd imagine him at the dinner table and he's having some chips and he's got his burger and he's like, can you pass me the ketchup? And the ketchup gets handed over and there's no ketchup inside. It's run out. I would imagine in that moment he'd be like, oh, WWE. They've done this to me. They've stolen my ketchup. Like, I can't think or fathom that he has any moment in his day where if he's even slightly inconvenienced, it's not WWE's fault in some way. So it was kind of staggering to see him, like, such a personal moment, talking about his mom, talking about it being a year since, like, her life was saved, and yet still WWE get woven into these tweets. So that was, like, earlier on today. And then it carried on. Look, here, that was 9 hours ago, 8 hours ago, so an hour later. Not that I should be surprised, but the same WWE avatar accounts that spam me every day, no matter what I say or what it's about, are now turning their wrath to my mom recovering from a near-death experience. It's why I straight hate these people to the bottom of all my heart, with all my soul. It's so emotion-driven. I mean, look, he is making a perfectly acceptable point there. Perfectly acceptable, right? Perfectly acceptable. No one should be going in on his mom, right? Absolutely appalling, right? I've got no time for that whatsoever. But look at the emotion that is in that tweet. Look at the emotion this is a guy that is taking this stuff straight to the heart. This is a guy who's, I think, thick skin, if he ever had any, is just gone. It's just gone. It just doesn't exist anymore. It's just going straight to him. I am genuinely concerned for where he is right now. It seems to me like there's a lot of pressure there. It seems to me like his thick skin is no longer thick, if it ever was. It seems to me like WWE and this whole situation is at the absolute forefront of his mind. Like, this guy just needs a holiday, man. He needs a holiday. He needs to just go on a beach, have a cocktail, be with his family. Just chill out, man. Just chill out, right? Just chill out. Because, like, it's just really intense. I mean, thankfully, he did move on to, like, then talking about what else was coming up on... what else was coming up? I haven't seen that one, actually. What's that? 33 minutes ago. That could be interesting because it's MJF, so it could be about that whole... And it looks quite emosh, doesn't it? It looks quite emosh. I think there was some others, wasn't there? So that was, like, today's stuff. I think, was there... this is the one that this is the one Mitchell was talking about. So this week, 2 active, decades-long rating streaks from 2 great legends were ended. With all due respect, until this week's head-to-head, AEW on TBS versus WWE on USA, neither John Cena nor Undertaker had ever been on a WWE show with under 1 million total viewers and under 400,000 in the demo. Okay, fun fact. And I mean, so what? 2 great streaks. Like, this matters. Like, this is a thing. Like, this is a thing. Like, when did this become a thing? When did John Cena's streak begin? When did Undertaker's streak begin? What is this? And how does he know that as well? How does he know Undertaker's never been on a WWE show that's ever got under 1 million? Because, well, for example, Smackdown, when it goes to FS1, does under 1 million. Was John Cena on one of them episodes? I don't know, and I very much doubt he does as well. This is a point that he is making where I don't think he's really done the research for it. I don't know that he can say with total confidence that that is an actual fact. But it's just pettiness, isn't it? It's just pettiness. There's more here, look. Someone having a pop at him, and he must get flipping loads, man. I mean, his notifications just must be an absolute nightmare. But Tony says Vince has allegedly used his power and influence to shoot a lot of shots. So having a little go there. I mean, we could go on and on and on. I mean, it's just a case that there's replies as well to other people. I think the bottom line is this, right? I don't think he's in a good place. I really don't think he's in a good place. This is either a severe change of strategy where he's just not giving an F anymore and he's just firing on social media. It's either a severe change in strategy or he is really feeling it. And he just can't take it without responding. But the problem is, in responding, you are making yourself look a bit weak. You are also making yourself look petty. You are, CEO. You're meant to be above all this. This kind of noise should be playing out below you. And it's hard, man. It's hard. It is difficult. Throughout my time, I've had the occasional bad comment. I mean, it's like once every 5 years, but I do get the occasional bad comment, and it is hard to not reply. Certainly when you see a comment and you're like, no, that's I got the answer to this one, and you know. But as someone that's, I mean, he's in a very privileged position. He's got his own wrestling company. He's living La Vida Loca. He doesn't need to be responding to like that kind of noise. And as I said, if he does, free choice, his choice. But all I know is that in my eyes, it just doesn't look brilliant. In my eyes, it looks petty. It just looks weak. It's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of pettiness. And it's a complete contrast to kind of the way that I felt on Tuesday. Because as I said, on Tuesday, that came across more to me like he's trying to win social media. You know, he is trying to do something a bit different, something a bit outside of the box. He's trying to do, get the message out that Dynamite has moved. And I had respect for it. I had respect for Tuesday. I was like, you know what, fair play. I think he's won social media. I think he's won Twitter today. On a day where you could really do with winning Twitter, he got himself trending. And, people talking about him and AEW in the lead up to the Tuesday Night War. Now, did that help with the ratings? No, it didn't. Right? It didn't. We have to be honest, it didn't. But would him have staying quiet on Twitter have helped? No, I don't think it would. You could even make the argument that he did manage to let people know that Dynamite had moved, and you could make the argument his ratings might have been even lower had he have not done what he did on Tuesday. Right? We'll never know the answer to that. But I at least thought that he was making some noise. He was giving it a go. He was not leaving anything on the table, and I had some respect for that. But now I'm really struggling to look at this stuff and say, yeah, that's cool. That's the right way to go about things. I don't feel that way. So yeah, each their own. There might be some people watching that think that this is perfectly acceptable. This is all good. This is what you want to see from Tony. You're eating it up, lapping it up. But for me personally, I think it comes across as petty. Sean G, shout out to you, my friend. Sean says, Vince Russo, Dutch Mantel, Disco, etc. have been saying that Tony is becoming more of the face of AEW than the talent, and that he should step back. I'm not a fan of Russo. However, I do get that point. Thoughts? Doesn't bother me, to be honest. Doesn't bother me that, because I think that anything that's going to be like the face of AEW, Vince was becoming like a face of WWE during the Attitude Era when he was feuding with Stone Cold. It wasn't a problem. I know the difference there is that Vince was getting involved in storylines and Tony wasn't. But in many ways, Tony is the face of AEW. Like, everyone knows that he's the owner. He's always at the press conferences. He's always like on social media sending out messages. That's not something we get from Vince. Or maybe a bit with Triple H we do. But I would say that Triple H is one of the faces of WWE. Triple H is at the press conferences. We've got Triple H on the show tonight making an announcement. Tony is on Dynamite making an announcement. I think him being one of the faces of AEW is unavoidable, because he is not someone seemingly willing to just stay in the background. Do you remember when Vince was the commentator in the kind of 80s and the early 90s, and we had a fake president? I genuinely believe WWF was the guy in charge was Jack Tunney. I had no doubt in my mind. That's what I was told. That's what the show told me, that the president of WWF was Jack Tunney, and Vince was just a commentator. He was a guy that would do some interviews in the ring, and he would do commentary. And it would be like finding out the person that owns WWE now is Michael Cole, right? That's how mental it was to me when I was a kid, that the commentator is actually the guy that owns the company. It would be exactly the same as finding out Michael Cole owns WWE. But we know that Tony owns AEW, right? We know that there's a lot of talk about now more than ever. There's, I would say, as much talk about, Jade Cargill, CM Punk, Cody switching sides, what's going to happen with MJF. There's more talk amongst wrestling fans now about stuff that's happening behind the scenes, as there probably is about any storylines on the show. So I would say that it's unavoidable that Tony is going to be in the conversation, and it's unavoidable that Tony is going to be one of the faces you think of when you think of AEW. So I would agree with them that this is putting even more focus on him. Of course it is, right? He is trying to do that, though, because he is trying to then use that focus on him to try and get it onto the show. That's what he was doing on Tuesday, or at least that's what I believe he was doing on Tuesday. I can't quite explain why he's doing it now unless it's just venting, right? And he's just had enough. But I think he is not someone that naturally is willing to stay in the shadows. I mean, he comes out, grabs a microphone and talks to the crowd after the shows, doesn't he? He's hosting the press conferences. He could easily have had someone else do that, all of that. Someone else could have done those announcements. Someone else could do the press conferences. Someone else could come out and G up the crowd after, or G up the crowd before. Someone else could do the interviews. He could have assigned someone as like a president or whatever, a GM. He could have assigned a face for the company to go out and do all of that. A bit like what I suppose, Triple H is, he's head of creative. And Triple H is the one, we don't get Vince McMahon doing the press conferences. We don't get Vince McMahon doing in-ring announcements. It's Triple H who's like head of creative. Well, Tony could have got a head of creative, couldn't he? Tony could have got a head of creative, and that head of creative could have done what the role Triple H is doing. But Tony wants to do it himself. Tony wants to be a part of this. That's the whole point in him buying a wrestling company, is he wants to be part of it. So I think it's unavoidable that he is going to be a face of that company. But I do agree that this is putting more focus on him, and, potentially is overshadowing the wrestlers right now. I do think this is a short-term thing, though. I don't know that he's going to keep doing this. I don't know that we'll be here in a month's time and he'll still be firing off on Twitter. I think a lot of this is as a result of that Tuesday Night War and the fallout of that Tuesday Night War and all the comments that have been made about the Tuesday Night War. And I think that once that settles down, he'll probably go back to being kind of back to where he was, But yeah, it's difficult because I don't think they've got anything on their show at the moment that's really worthy of being bigger than what Tony's doing. Like, I think MJF's in an absolute hole. I've really struggled with MJF since he turned babyface. I mean, I thought his whole thing with Adam Cole has been an absolute disaster from the start. I was really down on what they did at Wembley. I thought that the whole double turning on each other kind of ruined their match. They did it way too many times. I didn't like the whole kangaroo kick nonsense where they're literally just trying to get stuff over because they know that they can get stuff over. It's sort of stopped being clever. Now it's just, I'm going to get body slam over tonight. What you watch, I'll get body slam over. But with those AEW fans that will eat anything up, right? And no shame on them, not throwing shade on AEW fans. WWE fans can be largely the same as well. But it's not clever. It's not clever. You can get anything over. All he's got to do is mention flying elbow a few times, really emphasize flying elbow, do a promo where he talks about a flying elbow, come out and say, I'm going to hit you with a flying elbow, go for the flying elbow in a match, not quite be able to hit it. Crowd are going to be waiting for it. As soon as he hits a flying elbow, the crowd will pop, right? It ain't clever. That ain't clever in the slightest. But, that is what the double clothesline was. That is what the kangaroo kick has become. Like, none of this is clever. None of this, I think, is interesting. I think that him as a babyface doesn't feel quite right. I think the whole Adam Cole story has been a mess. I think it's watered him down. I think it's watered down his appeal. I think that he appeals to AEW fans. I don't think he appeals as much now to casual fans. And that's showing in the ratings because last year, as we said, we hit 1 million 13 times on Dynamite. Now 800,000. Just we're nowhere near it. We can't get close to it. Even Grand Slam, which you would think would be an absolute guarantee million, right? It's their Arthur Ashe, 20,000 people, stacked cards. You'd think it'd be a guaranteed million, championships everywhere. 900 something thousand. 900 something thousand. So I feel very confident I'm not alone in saying what I'm saying because the numbers are kind of bearing that out as well. So for me, like, who is there? Who is there that can, Toni Storm's doing some fun stuff, but she's kind of just starting out and she's a bit niche. Really, you've got to be looking at your champions. You've got to be looking at those people that are near the top end of the card. And that's not really Toni Storm. It's not anyone in the women's division, is it? Unfortunately. You've got to be looking at your Jon Moxleys, your Bryan Danielsons, your MJFs. These are the names. Obviously, we've got Edge, who's come along now, Adam Copeland. And we could certainly be doing some stuff there, but it's just really bad timing because the week that he came in, they had scheduling issues. So it meant that his first show did 800,000, right? Horrible. Below what it normally does for his first Dynamite appearance. Horrible. Then the next week's his first match, and that's the week they go up against NXT. That gets watched by 609,000, right? Even more horrible, right? So it's just horrific, horrible timing to bring him in now because you've got all this you can never help that kind of scheduling problem. You never know when that's going to hit. But you knew you were going up against NXT, and I think that you've tried to use Adam Copeland to obviously overcome that, and it's backfired because you've ended up getting 600,000, and he's already had a match now. People can watch it online. If he has a second match, it's not going to have the same appeal. It's only when he's going to take on someone decent like Christian that people will be interested. But if he faces, I don't know, flipping Brian Cage or someone, are people going to care? Is it going to mean anything? I don't think it is. I don't think it's going to matter. It's only when he faces a Christian Cage now or an MJF now that people are going to care. So that whole Edge coming in, Adam Copeland coming in, it's done. You've wasted it. It's gone. Your first Dynamite, you got 800,000. Your second Dynamite, which was his first match, you got 600,000. It's done. What else is there? Who's he overshadowing? This is the problem, isn't it? Who is Tony Khan overshadowing? Because you look around and where's the big stars? Where's the people that are really doing some stuff at the moment that's really generating a buzz, that's really generating an interest? I don't see anyone. I can't see anything. I can't. The closest I think we've got is maybe MJF. The biggest talking points right now are Tony Khan and the MJF quarters controversy. Those are the two biggest talking points for AEW, and the ratings being what they were. It's bad. It's bad news in the ratings. It's bad news on Tony Khan's tweets, and it's horrific news on the MJF quarters. I mean, you can see why he's freaking out on Twitter, can't you? The three biggest talking points are all bad things right now. So I think he needs a break. I think the Tuesday Night War didn't matter. It didn't mean anything. It meant nothing. I said this in a video. I had a few people in the comments disagree. It's fine. It doesn't change my mind. It didn't mean anything. Dynamite will still do what it normally does next Wednesday. NXT will do what it normally does next Tuesday. WWE can feel great about beating Dynamite, but they had to use, Undertaker, Cena, Cody to do it. I mean, You know, it would have been it'd be a much more significant win if they'd have beaten Dynamite just using the NXT roster as it currently is, rather than having to bring in like all these big names. So it's not really much that WWE can gloat about. Well done. You beat Dynamite, which is struggling at the moment, on a different night, and you brought in a load of legends to do it. You can hardly really set off the party poppers for that one, can you? You know, it's hard to go crazy over that. But at least they didn't lose, you know? At least Dynamite didn't beat them. So, you know, lovely. But what did it mean? Nothing. We just move on. So if I was Tony, I would just be like, do you know what? Let's drop that quarters thing, right? Because that ain't doing us any good, right? We'll drop the quarters thing. We'll carry the story on Wednesday, but we'll go in a different direction. We will continue to focus on ourselves. We'll continue to build that Adam Copeland story. We'll continue to build up MJF Switchblade. We'll continue doing stuff with Timeless Tony Storm. I'm going to get off Twitter because that ain't helping anything. And, you know, let's try and get back to normalcy, shall we? We had a little battle with WWE. We ended up taking an L. It doesn't matter, right? There's no war that's been lost. There's no war that's been lost. So they had a battle with WWE. They took it now. Whatever, right? And that's it. You move forward, don't you? So yeah, there's a lot of different things we can explore and talk about there. But as I said, I don't think Tony will ever stop being a face of AEW because I don't think Tony will ever stop wanting to be a face of AEW. Jessen said Nick is 2 years younger than Cody. Nick is 2 years younger than Cody. Nick who? Nick who? Nick who? I don't know who we're talking about. In my mind, I'm thinking Nick Wayne, but he's way younger than Cody. So, Nick who? GSW239 Brandon said, revel in what you are. Revel in what you are. Yeah, we've been talking a bit about Howdy, so we'll have to see kind of what happens there. Aaron said, this SmackDown is stacked. The possibility of having GMs really excites me. It makes the show feels different. An open challenge tag, I'm thinking AOP. Oh, well, this open challenge tag, I think, has already been answered by a team. Unless they're meant to... Oh, you see, this is where dirt sheets can catch me out, man. Because I'm under the impression that a team has already answered it. And it's not an open challenge anymore, but maybe it is. Maybe they were just saying this is the team that's going to answer it. Don't know. I won't say anything on that then. Let's wait and see. But yeah, I agree. GMs excites me as well. I to be honest, having gone through the Authority, I've got mixed feelings on that kind of stuff because the Authority was actually good, really good at times, but definitely outstayed its welcome. So for me, GMs is something that I think we can use and really benefit from. I think Adam Pearce has been brilliant. I think it's been brilliant. And I think Paige, when she was in that role, was really good. And I really enjoyed Daniel Bryan in that role, you know, the whole Talking Smack stuff as well. And there was some really, really good stuff. But we have also abused it, overdone it. And that's where we had all the Authority stuff, which was not as good, right? It wasn't as good at times. People were really tired of it. So I am excited for it as well. I agree. I would just approach with a touch of caution. Just a touch of caution. This is something that I think we've seen before can easily be abused and can go wrong and can be messed up. Like, I really like, though, how... I trust that Triple H will do it right. And I also trust that the talents involved, if it is Nick Aldis and it is... Adam Pearce, and they're going to be the two GMs. I think that could be really fun. I agree. I like them both. And I think that we could do some real fun stuff there. So, yeah, I would understand if people were like, oh, I'm not sure. The Authority wasn't brilliant at times. I would understand that. But I think Triple H has shown with his use of Adam Pearce that He gets it, you know. He knows, I think, how to use GMs. We just don't need to be overexposing Pierce on Raw and SmackDown. Poor guy's having to go to all these shows. Like, let's just keep him on the one show. We'll use someone else for the other. And we may have found the perfect person in Nick Aldis. So I agree, Aaron. Very, very exciting. Delwyn, shout out to you. Delwyn said, I'm so excited to see Roman is back on the show tonight. I'm excited, yes, buds. SmackDown is so stacked. So many good things on the show. I don't care about Tony or AEW. They're just in a sticky situation. Shawn and Triple H are doing great for WWE. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. I think that this is WWE, so we'll focus on WWE. I think that WWE are doing some good stuff at the moment. I think NXT is in a good place. I think that Roman coming back could really be the boost to SmackDown that I think SmackDown needs. I think SmackDown has struggled in recent weeks. I think that Roman, I think the show has been so reliant on him that when he's not around, it can just certainly feel like something's missing. It's a great opportunity for people and other stories to step up. But, you know, this was maybe a great opportunity for like Bobby and the Street Profits to step up. But we've seen that they've been a bit misfiring. We've been using Judgment Day a little bit over on SmackDown. And again, I've said that's a bit overexposure. We're seeing them on NXT. We're seeing them on Raw. You know, now we're getting them on SmackDown as well. Like, I think we might have overexposed Judgment Day a little bit. Bobby and the Street Profits have had a few teething troubles, so we haven't been able to lean on them too much. We've kind of been leaning on John Cena a lot, which is fine. But we know that his time is going to be very short, very limited. We know that he's not around for very long. He has kind of worked a bit with LA Knight. I think that LA Knight could be in for something tasty now, in all fairness. I think that now that Roman's back, there were reports of it being John Cena versus Roman at Crown Jewel. But then we heard that those reports may not have been correct. And so now it might actually be someone different. And I've got to think that person would be LA Knight because he got the pin at Fastlane. And it would make perfect sense for him to be the one then. You know, he managed to secure the win for Cena and himself. So it would make sense that he would be the one now that would go on to face Roman. So I am very interested as well. I think that Jimmy and Solo are going to be obviously in the doghouse. Also, we haven't really seen Jimmy and Roman since the falling out. So that's going to be absolutely fascinating because we don't even know if Roman's going to welcome Jimmy back. Jimmy, you know, even Heyman said, look, you're in, but you're not in until Roman says. So, like, Jimmy's been, like, in with the bloodline. But is he really in the bloodline? We're going to find that out tonight. So interesting. We're going to find out Jimmy's relationship with the bloodline. We're going to find out what Roman has got to say to Solo and Jimmy after their loss at Fastlane. We're going to find out potentially Roman's next challenger for Crown Jewel because Crown Jewel's not that far away. So there's a lot of stuff we need to do tonight with Roman. There's a lot of kind of loose ends and things that we need to tie up. So I agree, man. It definitely provides a real boost to tonight's show. It makes tonight much bigger and tastier. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I think that it's coming at a really good time. I think the Tuesday Night War sort of dominated this week, but that's obviously a good few days behind us now. So now we can turn our attention to something else. And with Roman coming back, it sort of feels like we're, I don't know, in a weird way, it feels like something just finished. It feels like that war was such a big focus for a good couple of weeks as we were building to it. That's done now. And we know who got what result and the fallout of it and everything. And so now it feels like a fresh start. We can focus on Roman coming back and what we're doing on the road towards Crown Jewel. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. And then this whole GM thing as well. It's the season premiere. This whole new beginning vibe. This whole, that feels like it was in the past. We're actually starting something new. How funny that it is the season premiere. How funny that like, is that subliminally doing something to me? I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Oh, I'm a bit freaked out. I didn't think about it before. I'm a bit freaked out. Is it that is subliminally making me think of new beginnings, fresh starts? I just thought it was because we haven't streamed for a couple of days. Like normally we do it on a Wednesday, and obviously Thursday is my research day. And so that's 2 days that we've not streamed. So it's back streaming, feels a bit like, oh, hello, how's everyone doing? Catching up kind of a thing. And just feels a bit fresh, feels a bit optimistic, feels a bit forward focused, and it's the season premiere. So yeah, it's all coming together in a lovely bow, in a lovely package. So I'm looking forward to it, definitely. Delwyn, appreciate the support, my friend, and hope you enjoy tonight's show. Justified said AEW is kind of giving me some WCW vibes lately. Well, I mean, look, I do understand that. I think there has been a bit of throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what will stick. I think there has been a bit of let's try this, let's try that. But to be honest, I do feel sorry for him as well, because you know that the whole CM Punk thing was not planned, right? And you know that them losing Jade was not planned. Now, losing Jade is not the end of the world because she wasn't their biggest star, but she was someone that had potential for the future. But, you know, Tony definitely wanted to keep her. And if you, I think, were to talk to him about his plans for the women's division, I think Jade would have been maybe the first name that would have been mentioned as to when he's thinking about the future of his women's division. And that giant piece to that puzzle just got removed. So now he's got to rethink what that women's division is going to look like in a year's time, 2 years' time, 3 years' time, right? And then CM Punk, I mean, oh my God, this is someone that really came in and made a difference for your company. I remember him like listing all these things that Punk had done for AEW. Like, you know, headlined the first $1 million gate, pay-per-view, got the biggest rating on Rampage, and blah, 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 blah. And I remember him just going on for like 5 minutes about all these things that Punk had achieved. And it's gone. He's gone. It's done. Like, that is also a massive, massive problem. Now, granted, you've been able to bring in Adam Copeland, which is just a gift from the gods, and it is such a gift. And it's still a gift. It's still, even though that's it, his first match is done, his first promo is done, all this kind of stuff is done, it's still a gift because all those things that we were excited to see, we can still see. Him promoing with MJF, him being in a match against MJF and being in a match against Kenny Omega, being in a match against Ricky Starks, like all of that is still to come, and with Christian, and maybe teaming with Christian down the road. All of that is still to come. So it's still a gift, and it's still going to take away some of that sting. But there's a lot of turbulence, isn't there, at the moment? There's just a lot of noise, turbulence, drama. I feel sorry for him. You know, this is the hard side of wrestling. And in all fairness, he's had it pretty hard since the start. I mean, don't forget, they started at the end of 2019. In 2020, there's a flipping pandemic, right? There's a pandemic. That means no ticket sales, no money coming in through that revenue stream. And if you've got no ticket sales or anything, I don't know what your merch sales going to look like. Maybe you will have increased your merch sales online because everyone's sat at home. I honestly don't know. I've never seen those numbers, but we know that was a difficult time for wrestling. It's a difficult time for everyone. And we also know then that when they came out of that period, you know, we obviously had to start back up and everything. Then, of course, in 2022, we get, so when does pandemic end? Like kind of early 2021. And then in 2022, we're getting the whole brawl out CM Punk drama, plus also a ton of injuries. Do you remember that first Forbidden Door where it just didn't look anywhere near like the show that everyone thought it was going to be? That was because like Danielson was injured, and like it was just this long list of injuries. I think Kenny might have been out as well. There was loads of injuries. He's had to deal with some serious long-term injuries as well, like Kenny and his whole vertigo thing, and Adam Cole. We know about how long he was out for. Britt Baker, obviously, she was injured for quite a while as well. She did a leg. So he's had to deal with like some serious injuries, lack of big names coming in, pandemic, the brawl out situation. Now Cody jumping ship, Jade jumping ship. This head-to-head battle, which obviously didn't go their way. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard. Just because you got a load of money doesn't necessarily buy you the success or happiness or stability that you're looking for. Life will always throw stuff at you. So, yeah, it's difficult for them at the moment. I think it is a storm they can weather, though. I don't think this is a storm that's going to bring them down. I don't think their ship is so battered they're about to sink. They'll weather this storm. That's my point about how Tuesday just ultimately I don't think is going to matter. But, yeah, their little ships took a bit of a battering recently, definitely. But I think it'll weather it, and it'll right itself. And who knows? They might be able to, and this is what we've been waiting for a while, might be able to go on a run, might be able to put their pieces together and actually get, find a way forwards and actually, start to get a bit of momentum again. So we'll have to see. But yeah, just a little storm that they're having to weather at the moment. I'm still waiting for the unprofessional EVPs to chase Adam Copeland out of AEW like they did to CM Punk, says Travis. Well, do you know what? I mean, I don't think that would happen because Adam Copeland isn't that, or at least I don't believe him to be that confrontational. So I'd be very surprised if that was to happen. But honestly, I mean, can you be surprised by anything at the moment? Because it's all pretty crazy, isn't it? It's all pretty wild what's gone down. I mean, I don't think when AEW started, I could have predicted like 90% of the stuff that's happened. CM Punk coming in and then a massive fallout and him going and all the injuries and the pandemics and all the stuff we spoke about. I mean, it's just been mental. It's been absolutely mental. So, I mean, who knows? But my gut feeling is that Adam is a very different character to CM Punk. And I think that I don't think that would go down that way. I don't think that would happen, but I don't know. After everything I've seen in wrestling over these past few years, like, I just don't know what to expect next. I really don't. It's such a wild ride, isn't it? Such a wild ride. Can you imagine how big the books are going to have to be on this period of wrestling? I feel like every year in wrestling, you'd have a nice little, do you know what I mean? This is everything that happened. This is everything that happened. This is everything that happened. Then we get to like 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 with like sex allegations, WWE being sold, Sasha and Naomi walking out, pandemic, CM Punk situation, tons of injuries. Like, they're going to have to be like massive volumes like this. Gonna need a forklift truck to get these books down off your shelves. The year in review for 2022, 2023. Juicy, man, juicy. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's a wild time to be into wrestling. Undercover Manager said, problem summed up. So 4 years in, everyone has worked with everyone. 2 to 3 week rushed angles. We've seen all AEW's got to offer now, and that's why the viewers are so low. There's nothing first time now, says Undercover Manager. Interesting. They do go through things very, very quickly. They do get through things quite quick. And, is it a case now that we've seen a lot of those big matches? Is it a case that we've done a lot of the... Because WWE do go slow. We've said, haven't we? We're waiting for, like, Jimmy versus Jay. We're waiting for Cody against Roman. And we know we ain't going to get it till, like, next flipping April, next March, because we know it's going to be WrestleMania. And we're sat here in flipping October. and we're having to do other things. So until we get to those, if it was AEW, we'd be doing those matches. So I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? Because part of me wants WWE to do those matches now, because the filling in time is where you end up getting all these flipping rematches, like Cody and Sammy and Kevin against Judgment Day week after week after week. That's to kill time. That's, it's not a rich story. It's not a story that's so engrossing we have to keep doing these matches. It's because we've got TV time we have to kill, right? So I look at that example and I go, well, that doesn't feel like the right way forwards. But then you look at AEW that do burn through their feuds very quickly, and you go, well, that doesn't feel like the right way forward. There must be a middle ground. There must be somewhere in the middle where we can kind of get the best of both worlds, Don't burn through the angles as quickly, but equally, don't put on a load of rematches and don't put on a load of just pointless promo segments that don't really deliver much just to kill time. So yeah, it's tricky, and I think there is a middle ground. Steven said, Days SmackDown looks epic tonight. I hear Roman is back from his leave, calls himself a world champion. Looking forward to the show after a few hard weeks. Roman back tonight. He is a world champion. That is something that people are. That is something that people are very much down on. Is how little he defends that title, which I can understand. I think that I don't think he defended it between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, and I don't even know if he's defended it since SummerSlam. It'd be interesting how many times he's defended it this year. We've had 10 months, and we ain't had 10 title defenses, right? So that would be interesting. If someone wants a little job, a little task, someone wants to try and find a bit of information, Cage Match or somewhere should be able to find it. I would look, but we just hit a bit of lag. So yeah, I think he's a big star, isn't he? That's what it comes down to. He's a big star. It's definitely exciting that he's on the show. And I think we are going to be setting him up for a title defense. And my guess right now would be LA Knight. Rumors were that it was going to be John Cena, but as we said, could be looking that that has now changed. Joshua said Randy Orton and CM Punk at Survivor Series. Do you think we see Bron Breakker joining the Bloodline tonight, says Ian? No, I don't expect Bron to ever join the Bloodline. I would be surprised if he did. I mean, yeah, Paul Heyman was with him on Tuesday, but I think that was more just for ratings, to be honest, than it being a story where we're going to bring Braun into the Bloodline. I hate tribalism, said LA Dortnight. Between the brands, I used to think that AEW fans were the ones that obsessed with WWE, but it feels like it's balancing out. Yeah, I would say that it is fairly balanced now. I think that a lot of things have happened to ensure that. Obviously, we've seen the Tuesday Night War, which has kind of had a lot of noise around it. And so now we're seeing a lot of WWE fans. Plus, we got to be honest as well, I mean, you had the AEW botches accounts, and there's plenty of accounts out there that have been constantly throwing shade at AEW, right? I don't know if those are WWE fans that are doing that or if they're just people that don't like AEW. My guess would be they're probably WWE fans that don't like AEW. But yeah, I'd say that I think we can all see the noise got a lot louder around that Tuesday Night War. And, Tony has made every effort under the sun to fire up both fan bases as well online at the same time. Plus Edge's comments annoyed me. And they were meant to bring the temperature down. I don't like the way he went about it, telling fans to touch grass and everything. That felt offensive to me. That felt offensive. I'm pleased for him that he gets to go and, continue his wrestling story. I never viewed him to be a traitor, but, to be that tone deaf, I said I was going to stop talking about it. I just found it annoying. I'm going to stop talking about it. Mitchell said Roman has defended the title 4 times. 4 times this year. It's not many, is it? Not considering we're in month number 10. That's it's an unwritten rule. It's a rule that I like, to be honest, every 30 days. It's an old school, old fashioned rule. Every 30 days you defend the championship. I think that could include house shows, but we know that Roman's not doing house shows. So, it means that he's defending it not even every 60 days, 60 something days he defends that title. But I don't know, that sort of expectation, that sort of old school rule, I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard if it matters in 2023, because I think a lot of people look at UFC and they look at boxing and they look at a lot of the champs there that only defend 2 or 3 times a year. So for Roman to have already defended 4 times this year, a lot of people will say, no, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just not really the way it's done in wrestling, because wrestling is trying and fighting for ratings every week. And if you think in boxing, think about how many titles there are in boxing. Like, each division has got 4 belts. And there's like 1 million divisions, right? There's way more titles in boxing than there are in WWE. Same with UFC as well. You've got like 1 champ in all fairness, but there's loads of divisions. There's loads of champions, loads of titles. I think you've got 3 different women's titles. And then there's some like 10 different like men's titles. There's loads of different belts there. So, and on their weekly show, they don't tend to have title fights. They only need title fights for their once a month show. So, but in WWE, like, obviously we need title matches on our TV shows to keep that interest going, and so, yeah, it's hard. It's hard if titles are only going to be defended a few times a year in wrestling. You do need them to be defended on a more regular basis, definitely. But saying that, even WWE came out and said that because Roman had negotiated himself into a situation where he wasn't defending the title as much as was required, that's why Seth's belt was created. That's why a new world championship was created. So in all fairness, even WWE themselves have acknowledged that this is not the ideal situation, and to remedy it, they created a different championship, the one that Seth's got. The only problem with that is that, to be the man, you got to beat the man, and this is very much like, it feels like the old school Intercontinental, the one that Seth's got now. It's like, you're not quite the man, you're not quite the champ, but here's a belt. We rate you. We like you. We like you. No, you're good. You're not Roman, but you're good. It's a bit like back in the day. You're not Hogan, but no, we like you. No, you're good. Have the IC belt. You're good. Feels a bit like that, doesn't it? So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Porky Pig said, do you think Triple H's announcement is going to be a big deal? I personally think he'll just introduce Roman. No, I think it'll be a big deal. I don't think he'll introduce it. He said he's got an announcement. If that announcement is here's Roman, which has already been announced, I think fans would rightfully shoot that down, because that's not really an announcement. Because we know Roman's on the show. So I feel like it's got to be something we've not been told about. And actually, do you know what? It's really funny, isn't it? Because I did a video. I was talking about maybe he's going to end the brand split, right? That was my least likely option before people jump on me, right? I was trying to think of 5 things that he could announce. And I was like, maybe it's a new title. Because there were rumors of maybe, someone said the other day about like a hardcore title coming in, which I have not seen reported. But that did get mentioned the other day. And the one that I was leaning towards would be new tag belts. That's the one I was leaning towards, because we've seen new belts for a lot of the different championships, but we haven't seen one for the tag belts. So I was like, maybe it's going to be new tag belts. And then the other thought was, like, the lowest thought was maybe the end of the brand split, because Triple H is obviously well liked by Endeavor. That was reported. He's trusted by Endeavor. That was reported. And so, lovely, all good. It seems like Triple H is in a really good spot, right? Whatever you want to think about those reports, whether you believe them, don't believe them, whatever, I think the truth is that he is liked and respected. He's been getting great numbers, right? So if he was like, nah, I want to lose the brand split because I want to be able to use these stars where I need them, and if I need to put a bit more into SmackDown, I want to be able to use these people. If that was something that he really felt, then it feels like he's got the power to be able to do that. It feels like he could get that through if it's something they've been talking about and working on behind the scenes. And what with this being the season premiere, and what with like new shows moving around next year, like we know that SmackDown's going to USA Network. We don't know where Raw's going yet. We don't know what's happening with NXT. But if he really wanted it, I think it could be done. We I remember WWE without a brand split. It wasn't that long ago, where they were all just one roster. So if he really wanted that and wanted to go back to that, I think he could get it through the line. But it looks like it might not be that, and it looks like it might be that we're actually going to have a new GM in charge of one of those brands. So if that is going to be what the announcement is, I think that's a big announcement. I think if it is that announcement, it's a shame that it's been leaked. It's a shame that it's been spoiled, because, to be honest, this is where I hate the dirt sheets. I love the dirt sheets telling us stuff about after the fact. So, like when you've got the brawl out, or you've got a situation that's happened like at Wembley, and CM Punk, and you want to know what's happened backstage, this is where the dirt sheets can reach out to people that were there, and they can find out, and they can give us behind the scenes information that we wouldn't normally or otherwise be able to get. Love the dirt sheets for that. It's extra gossip, extra juice. Thank you, right? But them telling me about what's going to happen on a show before the show has aired, be it someone coming in, or be it this is what's going to be announced, I hate them for that. I hate them for that. Like that. What purpose does that serve? Why do we need to know about something that's gonna happen on the show a few hours before it happens on the show? Like, who does that benefit? The only person or people that benefits are them, because people will subscribe to change it over. Boom. Hopefully that's better. There we go. Little bit of lag. So yeah, I was just saying, I like knowing before. I like knowing after the fact. A little extra behind the scenes juice. But finding out a few hours before something happens serves no purpose whatsoever. So yeah, we'll have to see. But that's what I'm leaning towards, the GM thing. Bishop said, I've got a question. When does the Endeavor deal go into effect? In effect, went into effect, I want to say in September, the middle of September. So it's done. It's in. Dark Angel said, Triple H is going to tell Tony, we've got 2 words for you. Sammy really deserves a world title, says Aaron. It can't be that he never wins one. I hope so, bud. I hope he gets one. That's right at the top of my flipping wish list. I would love to see him get one. And I think this is where Seth's world title is a good idea, because it's not just a mid-card title, right? I know we said it feels like one. Well, it can feel like one, but it doesn't represent one. It is a world title. So if Sammy was to get it, he would be a world champion in WWE, which is brilliant, absolutely incredible. So I like the fact that it's around. I would love for him to get it. I'd love for Finn to get another run with a world title. There's a few, actually. There's loads. Obviously, we want Gunther, I want Nakamura. I think there's loads of people that deserve a good run with that championship. So, yeah, I agree. Right with you. LA Dork Knight said, what are your thoughts on UFC next week? Volk is a machine. Naz has the heart of a lion. Can he beat Islam? So I have not done any research into that cards. So I know that there's been changes to the card, but honestly, I am in the dark. My full focus, my full attention, like the past 2 days, nothing but Misfits boxing has been my focus. I've got like all my notes ready for the main fights coming up tomorrow. Even the undercard, which is quite hard actually, because even like the undercards, that there's not loads of info that's out about some of these. Some of them are fighting for like the first time, but I've got all my notes ready for tomorrow. Misfits, KSI taking on Tommy Fury, Logan Paul against Dylan Dennis. So the main card starts at 7. The pre-show kickoff show starts at 5 UK time. We are scheduled to start, I think it says 3 on the channel. That's 2 hours before the kickoff show. Exclusive reveal, we're actually going to start about 1, which would be 4 hours before the kickoff show. So my plan is to do like 4 hours, then 2 hours kickoff show, then the main show. Like tomorrow could easily be 9 hours plus. Easy 9 hours plus, and may even be like 10 hours. So tomorrow's stream is long. It is long. It is going to be a lot of talking. It's going to be a lot of analyzing, a lot of like going back over previous fights and everything, like to try and prepare for like a potential 10-hour stream. It's a bit of an ask, to be honest. It's a bit of an ask. But thankfully, we've watched a lot of Misfit shows before, and I know a lot about these fighters anyway from watching those shows. So I'm not going in like completely clueless, but it's just a case of like, where are we right now? Because I don't keep up with the day by day, drama. I don't keep up with the day by day like training footage that they put out on Instagram and everything. So 99.9% of my focus has been on that and tomorrow. So UFC will focus on that next week. In regards to Islam against Volk, I mean, Islam just got past Volkanovski, and a few people thought Volk had picked up the victory. I think it's so close to call. I think it's so difficult. I think it's one of those where it's probably like 6-4. Out of 10 times, 6 times Islam would win, 4 times Volk would win. And honestly, who knows which way it goes, because Volk's definitely got the ability to pick up the victory. But I would just, I think the fact we've already done this once and Islam won it means that he goes in as the slight favorite. I think that any weaknesses he had or any areas he wanted to improve upon, I'm sure he's done that work. And I'm sure Volker's done the same. So it's kind of like, 6 of one, 4 of the other. Easily Volk could pick up the victory, but it could be that Islam just goes about his work again and has just got just enough again to get over the line. So yeah, if I had to bet, I'd put my money on Islam. If I was a betting man, I would go that way, because proof's in the pudding. They've already fought once and he picked up the win, and so for me that gives him the edge. And it wasn't fluky. It was, he is regarded as the pound for pound. Even that's debatable, actually. But, he is regarded as just ahead of Volk. But, I mean, some people honestly thought that Volk had won that fight, though. I think I can't remember how I scored it. I'd have to go back and see how I scored it. I think I scored it for Islam. I think I scored it 3-2 to Islam. I'd have to go back and double check. So yeah, my work on that, focus on that. That'll come next week. Boom. Michael, shout out to you. Said thoughts on the return of Randy at Survivor Series. Do you think he will return? Yeah, we've spoke about this. I got asked before, like, did I think Randy would come back? And I says, yeah, I do. I think it's a very serious injury. I don't think that you're missing at his age for this amount of time if it's serious. I think it's definitely serious. There was even reports that like some doctors had told him that he might not be able to return. I think that was his dad that came out with those comments. So yeah, this is super serious. He's been down at the Performance Center. I made the comments before. We don't know why he's there. Just because there's a picture of him going into the Performance Center doesn't mean a great deal. Is it encouraging? Yeah, you'd say it's encouraging. You'd say it's encouraging, right? But equally, could he be there to just share some of his knowledge? Could he be there because what's the alternative? He's just sat at home. Perhaps he's bored of sitting at home. He's been sat at home since last May. So, you know, could it be that he wants out the house and that he's popping to the Performance Center to do a bit of training, do a bit of weights, gym work, see the WWE doctors, see, perhaps he's gone for some scans, waiting for them to come back, see what the doctor's got to say, see what the next step is in his treatment. It could be any of that and nothing to do with an in-ring return. It could be we're working towards an in-ring return, but we don't know if that's even possible still, right? So the point I was making was you can't get too excited about seeing a picture of him walking in the Performance Center. But Fightful have come out and said that WWE were targeting, which I hope means still are targeting, a return for him at Survivor Series. So if that's true, and that's what the plan is, and that's what we're trying to do, then I believe it. I believe that wrestling is something it's in his blood. He's passionate about. There is no way that he is going to want his career to end the way that it did. I think that if he can get back, he will get back. I think he'll work hard at trying to get back. And I think that him coming back for Survivor Series is very much on the cards. Yeah, very much on the cards. So yeah, I felt good that he would be trying to come back. It was just, could he physically? And it looks like, very encouraging signs, doesn't it? So if this report is correct, and I can't see as to why it wouldn't be, it's from Fightful, they're very good, then yeah, I think that that's something that we can definitely have a bit of optimism about. But just like most things, I mean, don't get too carried away, because things can easily go south very quickly. So at the moment, it's great news, it's encouraging news, but it's nothing more than that. It's nothing more than that. It's nothing more than cool, good, positive. But until I see him actually walking out, I'm not going to get too carried away with it. So, Michael, good point, dude. That was definitely a big story that was doing the rounds today. Goodness. Okay. Richard said, hopefully Zoe Stark is going to be traded to SmackDown. There's a huge way tonight, as I've heard of. Hopefully Zoe Stark will be traded to SmackDown. There's a huge way tonight, as I've heard of. Don't know what that means. Okay. Well, if you've heard of Zoe Stark switching brands, then cool. We'll have to wait and see if it plays out that way. We are still waiting to find out who's going to go from Raw to SmackDown. Zoe Stark could be that person. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Lovely. Days, the October fish market has begun, and slices of the Canna Bean Flask tuna roast on the finest bed of Tony Khan's tiers. It's the best time of the year. Ooh, sounds nice, actually. A bed of tiers would be quite salty, and actually putting fish on that does sound quite nice. Fish resting and roasting on a bed of tiers, I would imagine would flavour it quite well. I don't know if I'd want them to be Tony Khan's tiers, to be honest. I think I would rather they were Linda McMahon's tears. I think I'd rather they were Linda's tears. Because they're sweet and salty. But, you know, you take whatever you can get, really. Freddie said, Days, you think since Roman will be there, Cody and Jay can be on SmackDown. Now we could get a Mania tease for Cody, Roman, and Jimmy J. Oh, I think Jimmy J, yes. Jimmy J tease, yeah. Then, well, I don't know if it'd be a tease of a match, but definitely them two face to face. Jimmy looking at Jay, looking at the belts. Be very interesting to see what gets said. You know, will Jimmy be happy for Jay? Will they even say anything? Will he just walk past him? Like, what would happen? So I think that would be very, very interesting. Cody and Roman, yeah, we know that Cody has kind of said that we're not in the third innings anymore. That was the other week, and that was in reference to, I think, Paul Heyman, who said that the Bloodline story was in the third innings. We've still got so much to do. And he said we're not in the third innings anymore. Like, time is ticking on this Bloodline story. But the thing is, WrestleMania seems like it could be Rock Roman, doesn't it? It may be Rock versus Roman, so it may not be Cody versus Roman. But yeah, I think there's definitely an opportunity for some face-to-faces, some showdowns. Certainly I see the Usos. The only reason why I'm not so sure about Cody and Roman is because I don't think Cody and Roman are going to feud at Crown Jewel. So that would mean that someone else is going to feud with Roman at Crown Jewel. And that would mean that we need them to be in Roman's face. Like, we need the focus to be on that match, not a match that's not happening yet, on that match. So I don't know that we would do Cody Roman. I suppose we could do it before someone else makes their presence felt. But yeah, that one I'm not as confident on. But the two Usos bumping into each other, I think that's too good of an opportunity to let pass by, isn't it? Big Time said, WWE can brag they beat AEW, but it's not like they got a home run. AEW was going to take a bite, and WWE did 9-2-1, which is good, and almost waste for sacrificing a giant number just to beat AEW. Yeah, we were talking about this, I can't remember on what stream, but we were talking about the fact that, I think it was the WEP Wrestling Escape Pods. I think we said, maybe they shouldn't have stacked it as much, because it's easy to say now in retrospect, but in retrospect, I think they would have beaten them without Undertaker. I don't think Undertaker was responsible for 300,000 people, right? I think that without Undertaker, you know, having Cena, having Cody, having some surprises, having Asuka, you know, NXT doing good numbers each week normally anyway, and it being their normal night as well, I think that, yeah, all right, without Undertaker, the number wouldn't have been as high, but I think it still would have been enough to have beaten them. But, yeah, you know, the criticism was that they had all this stuff and they couldn't get to the million. I'm not bothered. It doesn't bother me. I get that it's a bit disappointing if you want to focus it on that way, but the truth is that WWE wanted a result and they got that result. That's it. You know, they wanted to have they didn't want to lose on their own night. They didn't want NXT to come second best to AEW on its own night, on the Tuesday night, and they stacked it and they got that result. So, you know, but yeah, if you wanna really dial into it, then yeah, the fact they didn't hit that million, yeah, I would say is disappointing, but I can't imagine there was much disappointment at WWE. They got what they wanted, and that's the most important thing. Killer Shock said, what are your predictions for KSI, Tommy, and Dylan Logan? I think KSI will shock a lot of people, including Tommy, because if we are streaming for like 10 hours tomorrow, like, it's going to be a lot in it. But I can tell you that I've got Tommy winning. I've got Tommy winning. I think that KSI definitely has a chance, but it's a puncher's chance. It's can he throw one of those big overhands and connect? And is his power as great as what he thinks it is? Because don't forget, he's been facing what? Pineda, Swarms, Phase Temper, right? I mean, straight away you can eliminate all of those because none of those are any good or like proper fighters. I know that Pineda has got a proper fighting experience, but it's clear that he is. I mean, look at him, right? He looks about 12. So he is someone that has decided to do boxing as a living, but clearly is nothing more than a journeyman, right? And so he is someone that he's not even doing his boxing. He ain't gone back to his boxing as he is now staying in this influencer space. And he's loved this Pineda guy. But I don't think we can point at that and go, well, yeah, he beat him. Like, no, come on. So I think all of those you can easily dismiss. Joe Fournier just looked horrible when he was in there. Looked really slow, really out of it. There is really very, very little that you can point at to say that KSI has got a chance against Tommy. Like, what is the? Can't point at his power because we have no idea what his power is like against a professional fighter. We don't know. You know, he knocked out Fournier, but that was with an elbow. So. You know, and Fournier was old as well. Like he was getting on into his 40s. I think he was well into his 40s actually. So what's he going to do against the 24-year-old that spars with Tyson Fury? I don't think his power is. I don't think his power is as great as what he thinks it is. I know that there's a lot of openings in his boxing. It's just, it comes down to that for me. Can he throw a big overhand, connect on Tommy? Because Tommy does present openings as well. And if he does that, it might not get him out of there first time of asking, but if he can connect a few times and like, you know, the first one rocks him and then he can connect later on in that same round and the next one puts him down, like, could we look at something like that? I don't think KSI has got no chance. Because we have to say there's a chance that that could happen. But him standing and outboxing Tommy, no, not a chance in hell. Like, Tommy is the better boxer. He's had proper boxing fights. He can work a jab. He can set traps. He's got good feints. You know, there's loads of things that KSI does wrong. When he throws a jab, he turns his head and actually looks away when he's throwing his jab, so he can't actually see any follow-ups or what he's actually doing. It's a bit of a bad habit that he's got. Like, he can be too square on at times as well, which means that his defense is just he leaves himself completely open. And someone like Tommy will just piece him up. I think KSI makes a lot of mistakes in his fighting. I think he's too vulnerable. He leaves too many openings. But so does Tommy. So if KSI's power is as good as what he thinks it is, and he can land a shot, then, all right, maybe we've got something interesting. Be interesting to see how Tommy's chin holds up to that. I think it would take it, but, you know, if he can land a couple, then that would be interesting. But I just don't know. I can see Tommy keeping it tight, using the jab, maintaining distance, winning the rounds. There's only 6 rounds. I know Tommy said that KSI won't last 3, but to be honest, unless he's wearing KSI down, I don't think he's going to be able to do much. Unless he's jabbing him and like KSI is visibly tiring, which is going to give Tommy encouragement to go for the kill, I think that he will just keep jabbing away, keep winning the rounds, and take it on decision. And so I'd probably be looking at Tommy by decision, but there's a chance that it's Tommy by late finish, because I think KSI will go for the finish. I think he will start to tire, and I think that that might present some better openings for Tommy. So yeah, I've got Tommy winning quite comfortably, but there's loads that think it'll be KSI, loads. But I think more think it'll be Tommy. Tommy, what was the odds? I've got the odds. Minus 400 favorite. KSI plus 300 underdog. So the money is with Tommy, but he's not like a minus 1,000. It's not like this crazy wide line. Is just minus 400, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we can go into a lot more detail. I've watched a load of KSI fights. I've watched a load of Tommy fights. I sort of feel like I know how what both of them are going to bring. I've watched loads of like different prediction videos, like True Geordie and a few other channels, and yeah, I feel really prepared for tomorrow. I think tomorrow's stream is going to be really good, because we've got loads of information, loads that we can talk about. And it's a stacked card as well. It's honestly, it's one of the best cards I've ever seen for any event ever. And I would include WWE in that. It is like near enough every fight has got a really, really compelling story to it. Every fight has got something about it. I think there's like 10 fights, and 5 of them are for titles. 5 are for championships. 2 are Logan against Dylan Dennis. Dylan Dennis has just had 2 billion Twitter views because of all the stuff he said about Logan's misses. So, I mean, that could not be built up anymore if it tried. And, of course, what happened at the press conference where he threw the microphone and it hit Logan's face. Logan's got a cut, which we still haven't seen because he weighed in wearing a balaclava. So we still haven't seen how bad the cut is. But he's got this cut on the side of his face. And that makes the fight more interesting because Dylan could target that, open it, and we might look at a doctor stoppage. So that makes the fight more interesting. So that's the co-main. The main is KSI trying to beat Tommy, the person that beat Jake Paul. Tommy beat Jake Paul, and KSI is going to try to beat Tommy. And there's been plenty of bad blood between those two. So there's 2 fights. Other 5 are for titles. And then a couple of the others are like real heated grudge matches. I think there's genuinely, I think there's only 1 fight on the card that I'm not bothered by. There's only 1 fight that if I didn't see it, I wouldn't be that fussed. Every other fight is unmissable. Like, I really want to see what's going to happen in this contest. I really want to see how this is going to go. So it's massive. It is absolutely massive. I have no idea what the pay-per-view buy is going to be, but I would not be surprised if it turned out to be the biggest pay-per-view of the year. Hard, because we have had Spence Crawford's. They're saying, and of course they will, they're saying it's on course to be the biggest pay-per-view of the year. But in a year where we've had Spence Crawford and Ryan Garcia against Tank Davis, it's hard to see that being the biggest. It's been a pretty stellar year this year, the pay-per-view. It's been pretty good. Start of the year in particular was very, very strong. More recently, it's been a bit quieter, but they're saying, and of course they would, that it's on course to be the biggest show of the year. Days, Coffin, Dak Khan, lifted and ranked. Tony Khan needs to stop being the face of AEW and let his talent do the work. All we have been seeing and hearing is Tony. He needs to back off. R.I.P. my b-hole, Mexi. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Amy Jobson said, what's good? That was an unimpressive win by Fury against Paul in February. Yeah, he didn't look brilliant in that fight, but Jake Paul is a better fighter, better boxer than KSI. KSI might be more powerful, might be more explosive. Like, he might have advantages over Jake, but Jake's boxing fundamentals, his jab, his movement, his ring IQ, his pacing, like, that is better. His movement is better than KSI's, right? I will happily die on that hill. If the two fought, it would be opposing styles, right? It would be the boxer against the wild man. I think KSI is very wild, is very unpredictable, right? So they both have strengths and weaknesses. But, you know, Tommy went in there against Jake, who is, in my opinion, the better boxer. And he got the victory, right? He didn't look brilliant at times. He said that he made a few mistakes and he's been working on that. Fine. Yeah, whatever. He got the win. Then, like, now he's going up against KSI. It's going to be a different challenge, this is. It's going to be a different challenge because he's not facing someone that is going to have the same style as Jake Paul. I don't think anyone watches a Jake Paul fight and then watches a KSI fight and would say to themselves, same fighter, right? Same style, yeah? It's the exact same approach, right? I don't think anyone would say that because they're not. They're different. They've got different fighting styles. They've got different approaches. One is more orthodox and conservative and tries to box. The other one gets in there and just hunts knockouts. It's just wild and big and explosive and very entertaining. You know, a KSI fight is always entertaining. He's always looking for that knockout. That could be his downfall, though, because he could get over aggressive and try too hard. Because, like, if you're looking for knockouts, it means that you're throwing shots, and if you're throwing shots, that means your hands are out here and they're not here, and so that means that somewhere you are exposed. So if he's going to go for shots and miss them, say he goes for, like, you know, a big straight right, Tommy moves his head off the center line, KSI misses, all of a sudden you're in this position, right? You're open to a counter, and so you can be overly aggressive, and that is a risk that KSI is going to have, a big risk that KSI is going to have. And so I think that Tommy did well against Jake, someone that I think has got good boxing ability. This is going to be a different test. Who knows? Maybe a harder test because he's unorthodox, unpredictable. He's hard to know exactly what he's going to do. But I think that Tommy will have watched plenty of footage on KSI. I think he will have watched his movements. He will have watched the few little tricks that he has. I think he will have, mentally got prepared for facing someone a little bit different. And I think, honestly, he's just going to not allow KSI to come bouncing in. I think he's just going to shove his fist in his face, jab him to death. And he's going to use his size. I mean, he's the bigger guy, and he's got a bigger reach. So he's just going to jab, 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 jab. I don't think, like, jab, do the work, like, tidy first rounds, wear KSI down, maybe frustrate KSI. Then as KSI comes in, if he does present any openings or present anything sloppy, boom, uppercut, hook shot, whatever it might be, but land something. Because when do you see KSI getting punched? You know, did Swarms hit KSI? Did Pineda hit KSI? Did FaZe Temper hit KSI? Did Joe Fournier hit KSI? I can't remember KSI ever being in trouble because he was fighting nobodies and he was fighting old people. Whereas now he's going to have to deal. We're going to see what KSI's chin's like. KSI's chin might crumble. No idea. Never seen it tested. So it's going to be really interesting. It's a great main event. I think Tommy's rightfully favourite. I do think that KSI has a chance. I think it's a puncher's chance. I think he is unorthodox, and that could prove to be a bit of a interesting conundrum that Tommy has got to try and work out. But, oh, man, I'm so excited for tomorrow. I'm not someone that's just watching it because it's hyped. Like, we have watched, how many? Is it 4, 5 of the Misfits cards? And we've done, I think, pretty much every Jake Paul fight. I don't think there's a Jake Paul fight that we haven't covered. So, yeah, I'm not like some Johnny come lately. We've been watching these shows. We're very aware of these fighters. It's just our priority, of course, is professional wrestling. But thankfully, there is no professional wrestling on tomorrow. There is a UFC show, but it's a fight night show. So of the two shows, it's undeniable which has got the more appeal. And I think that's the Misfits card. I think it's been built amazingly well. I think it's a very strong card. Very, very much looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it. Brony said, Dylan has created so much drama with the build-up with Logan. It feels like he needs to win, or else Twitter will eat him alive. I don't think he wins. Yeah, just switching to the co-main, I don't think he wins either. I think that's, I think he knows that as well. I think he knows that. I think he's a fighter, and he must be a smart guy. I know that fighters have like this never-ending pool of confidence, and maybe it is a case that he is gonna like just use that pool of confidence. But to be honest, I think what's happened is I think he's looked at it and gone, well, do you know what? I'm not a boxer, but this is a big payday for me. And I need to make this fight sell because I need the payday, right? I need this fight to be as big as I can make it. I need this thing to be huge. And I think he's done an incredible job of building it up, right? Whether you think he's overstepped the mark or not, the hype for this thing is through the roof. It's definitely got people's interest. It's been built like no fight I've ever seen before. I mean, we've seen plenty of bad blood, but not on this level. Not on this level. And again, some people say he went too far. Some people say, no, it's all fair game. The influencers opened that can of worms long ago, and it was inevitable that it was going to reach this level. And who knows, may get even worse than this. You know, we may see things in the future where, you know, even worse things take place. I'm thinking about, you know, like Saxgate, where Russell Brand called up that actor, famous actor, who was quite old, and he left a message on his voicemail saying that he'd slept with his granddaughter. Just wanted to let you know I've slept with your granddaughter type thing. And that was like massive outrage, and people saying it was disgusting, and the BBC had to apologize and all this sort of stuff. You know, that is something that's happened in this country long time ago, 15 years, something like that, 10, 15 years ago. You know, that was, you know, these influencers that I don't think have any kind of filter. You could totally see something like that happening, where they're like calling up grandparents and parents and leaving messages, and like, you know, you could see this thing, like if you're facing an opponent, you could see someone really crossing that line as well. So, you know, as bad as like all this stuff has been online, I think there's scope for this to get even worse and even more personal. And listen, this is the can of worms they've opened, man. This is the can of worms they've opened. Saying, oh, you've crossed the line and you've gone too far. Well, that line is going to be different for everybody. Not everyone's got the same line. And this has kind of divided opinion. I'd say more people would say they've crossed the line than haven't. But I would say that people were saying they crossed the line back at previous events with other stuff that had happened as well, you know? I think there's definitely scope for this to get even worse. So I don't know. No, I've got mixed feelings on it, to be honest. I got mixed feelings on it. I think I have very little sympathy for these influencers because I think they have brought it on themselves. It's very hard to have sympathy for Logan after everything that he's done. You know, it's very hard to say that he's being victimized now. And that the Paul brothers haven't brought this on themselves, and that this isn't just karma, right? So I don't know. It's a rock and a hard place. I think she doesn't deserve it. I feel sorry for her, the girl. I feel sorry for her. I don't think she's brought any of this on herself. I don't have much sympathy or any sympathy for Logan. So I don't know. Each to their own. If you think they overstepped the mark, so be it. If you don't, so be it. But I think there's scope for it to get even worse. But yeah, massive fight. But I think, you know, what's the alternative? That he just sits there, stays quiet, knowing that he's going to lose? Or does he make a real loud noise, try to get into the head of Logan, try to upset Logan, get Logan fighting off emotion rather than his brain, and also make it an even bigger fight, you know? I think there's plenty of strategy that's gone into this. Plenty of strategy. But again, fascinating fight. And I'm sure all of these things are things that we'll break down tomorrow. Kian said, Days, hope you are well, having a good stream. Shout out to you, my friends. I'm still going with Tommy. I can't stand KSI. Egotistic ego. It's annoying that I've had enough of his stupid legacy. Well, I don't get drawn into that side of it, to be honest, because I don't really follow these people. So I don't know. I don't know. He doesn't annoy me. I'm not annoyed by KSI. I don't have any feelings, really. I'm not annoyed by... I'm not really annoyed by anyone. I mean, Logan is someone that I've got a bit of knowledge of, and Jake is someone I've got a bit of knowledge of because their controversies have been very public, very loud. So, you know, like Logan with the crypto scam, right? That was a very loud controversy. The suicide forest stuff, that's been very loud. A lot of the kind of comments that he's made about different people, I've seen for various different reasons. You know, the Paul brothers seem to have a platform where, I don't know, I can't escape whatever it is they're doing. But for some reason, KSI, I have no idea what he's done or what he's done wrong. I genuinely don't know. Sidemen stuff I've never seen, but I am aware of them. I'm aware they exist. But... he might have had a crypto scam thing. I genuinely don't know. He might have had like some controversies. I really haven't heard. So I actually would like Dylan Dennis to pick up the victory. I'd like Dennis to get the win. I'd like Dennis to get the win. I would like Tommy to get the win. The reason why I say that is because I think KSI is an entertainer who does rap and he does boxing and he does a few other things. I think Tommy is a boxer, and I think that Tommy needs the win more than KSI needs the win. I think KSI is someone that says he needs the win, but to be honest, if he loses, you just go back to rapping, can't he? Just, you know, I mean, to do more Sidemen videos. It doesn't matter. Like, he can still have his fight with Jake. They've both lost to Tommy. So he can still do his fight with Jake. That's not on the line. Whereas, like, Tommy, if he loses, he just lost to a influencer. He just lost to a YouTuber. Like, that's going to be harder for him to live that down. He's a Fury as well. Part of the Fury family. And he lost to KSI. So, for me, I look at, like, who's got more at stake. I think Tommy has. I think Tommy's got more at stake. But he had more at stake against Jake as well. So for me, I want Tommy to win, but that's nothing to do with KSI or not liking KSI. That's just more to do with I think Tommy needs it more. And I want Dylan Dennis because I have no sympathy for Logan Paul. But I do feel sorry for his missus, though. I do feel sorry for her. I don't think she's I mean, maybe she's an awful person. I don't know. But as far as I know, she's only been brought into it because Dennis and Logan were fighting. And so she got brought into it. But yeah, I do feel sorry for her. But I think she's put a lawsuit in, hasn't she? Fair play. That's a way of sorting it out, isn't it? Someone does something like that to you, put in a lawsuit and see where that gets us. So Tony has obviously come out with some whiny messages, says LSW needs to book some good wrestling and come back swinging next time. This is good competition. I've never thought he's a legit booker. Edward said, JJ has said time and again that he's not going to be there to box Tommy. He is going to fight, and plus he's too unorthodox and awkward for Tommy, in my opinion. You seem to forget Formier was WBA. Yeah, was, though. He also was very old when he faced KSI, and the eyes showed that he was so much slower. There was nothing about him, you know? Some of that WBA stuff, and you're in boxing, Edward, you know the politics. You know that there's judges that give fights to fighters that haven't actually won the fight, and you know that WBA give rankings to people that don't really deserve them. But you know, the thing is, if you are a ranked WBA fighter, that means when you fight next, you're going to have to pay some of the money of your fight to that organization, right? It's a way that they make money. Why do you think they wanted to rank Jake Paul? Jake Paul was going to be a ranked fighter. Do you think it's because he's one of the 40 best in the world at that weight class? No. It's because they want the money. He's making serious money, and WBA want a piece of that pie. So there's politics to this. It's a dirty business, boxing. It's always been a dirty business. So I don't think that you can look at the Fournier fight and use that as a barometer to gauge as to how good KSI is. And you know what? I mean, we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. I feel very confident that Tommy will get the job done. It's true. KSI is unorthodox, and he is someone that is wild and has got a puncher's chance. That's what that translates to, a puncher's chance. He is going to try and throw a big overhand shot and hope that it connects, right? He's not going to set up traps. He's not going to use feints. He's not going to do all that beautiful boxing stuff, right? He's not going to do any of that. He's going to just get himself close and throw a big overhand, and he's going to hope that it connects on Tommy's chin. That's it. That's the only strategy I can see out of KSI. That's it. And if it connects and it rocks Tommy and Tommy gets dropped, maybe KSI wins. But I think that the odds are fair. I think that like minus 400 for Tommy and plus 300 for KSI. I think it's fair. I think that if I had to pick a side, I'm going to go with the guy that's going to use his jab. He's going to use his reach. He's going to use his boxing abilities, his fundamentals that he's been trained in and, you know, has shown to have. I'm going to go with that guy over the guy that's going to try and throw a big looping overhand and try and connect with that, you know? So it's each to their own. There's a lot of KSI fans that are desperate for KSI to get it done. But if they hand on their heart was to say to themselves, do I really believe this is the better fighter? Do I really believe this is the guy that's going to step in that ring and pick up the victory? Do I really believe that, or is it because I'm a KSI fan? See, I'm not a KSI hater. I don't have a dog in the fight. Like if I genuinely thought KSI had done more, had been like, you know, shown more, then I would pick him to win. But I don't think that I've seen enough from him, and it's a hell of a jump as well. Don't forget Jake Paul. Jake Paul went from Ben Askren, then he went to Tyron Woodley, then he did Tyron Woodley again, then he went to Anderson Silva, and Silva had knocked out like a former champion, had shown he'd got some good boxing skill, and then he went to Tommy Fury. So, you know, he's gone from a fighter who's got no striking to a MMA fighter that's got some striking, did the rematch against that person, knocked him out. Then he's gone to Anderson Silva, who was a striker in UFC and actually had been trained in boxing for a while. And then he went to Tommy Fury. Whereas KSI's path is like YouTuber, Joe Fournier, who was washed up, Tommy Fury. I mean, it's the jump is huge. The jump is absolutely massive. I feel like Jake built better to this fight than what KSI has done. So it's a gamble, man. It is a gamble. It's a big, big gamble for him. I mean, respect, he's putting it all on the line. I'd love to know if he genuinely believes what he's saying, or if there is like a doubt that is in there, because this is one hell of a test tomorrow. Big, big stream tomorrow. We'll start nice and early. We'll carry on the conversation there. But we're moving our attention over to SmackDown, because SmackDown has begun. And, of course, we are awaiting the return of the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Oh, not Roman. Starting with John Cena. John Cena coming out to open up the show. John Cena sucks. but he's all right. John Chainer. AR Banks said Nick Aldis's debut tonight will be epic. Jeremiah said, I'm thinking Alex Wasabi will win tomorrow. He's in the tag match, isn't he? Yeah, I think they're favourites against B. Dave and Pineda, Nick LMAO, and Alex Wasabi. I'm probably leaning to them as well, actually, yes. Central Scottish guy, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Here's John Cena. Let's see what Cena's got to say. Say what you want, but when SmackDown starts with Cena's theme, the first thing you hear, it's an impact that not many can make, said Wisp. Days, I've sent you Cody's tweet, said James. James, thank you. Let's have a little look, see what we got. Last Tuesday, before the clock struck midnight, I made one final decision as guest GM. Find out what that decision was this Tuesday. Oh. Well, I don't know if that means he's going to be on the show, but he says that he made one last decision before he left. Okay, it's interesting. See what he's done. Tonight's a big night. Tonight's a big night. This is big. Cena in the ring. The season premiere. Oh, we should have been in suits. We should have been in suits for the season premiere. Oh, the tribal chief. Roman's coming out. Cena in the ring. Here comes Roman Reigns. Look at that. She's throwing up the ones. She's throwing up the ones. Let's go. Let's go. Dun, dun, dun. The champ is here. The GOAT. A season premiere of a show that doesn't have seasons. Are you doing a watch long for UFC 294? I think that's next week, isn't it? I believe that's next week, and I believe it is in the plan. PJ, yes, my friend, shout out to you. I don't believe anything is in the way of that. So my plan currently is UFC 294, yes. But Misfits tomorrow. Look at this. Look at this in the chat. Oh my God. Lots of acknowledging going on. Go on, chat. Oh, Green Pea. He's finally showed up to work, said James. Well, do you know what? If we could all get away with it, I think we would do the exact same thing as well. Oh, he's looking very refreshed. No Jimmy, by the way. I've only just noticed that. We got Solo, Heyman, Roman. I can't see Jimmy Uso. That's probably because he's not in. Here is Roman. Roman Reigns. 1,139 days. 1,139 days. I don't even remember WWE before Roman was champion. I don't even think it existed. Paul Heyman says, I love you, my tribal chief. I think Roman said, I love you too. Roman on the edge of the ring, looking out at the crowds. Plenty of signs. Some supportive, some not so. I love you, my tribal chief. Tribal beef sign. Love that. Yeah. Roman in the ring with John Cena. Do you remember when these two had a little promo exchange long time ago? And Roman stumbled on his words. Cena was like, "It's called a promo, kid. You're gonna have to learn how to do them if you wanna be at the top of this game." I always think about that when these two are in the ring with each other. I always think about that moment. Really showed Roman up, Cena did then. A long time ago that was, though. Right, Cena chants. Still got the acknowledging going on. We've still got the wands being thrown up. Heyman handing the microphone over to Roman Reigns. I've so missed that, says Heyman. I've so missed that. Booze. John Boy. Hollywood. If you're going to open my show, then do it the right way. John Boy. John Boy. Hollywood. Tulsa. Acknowledge me. John Boy Cena. Ah, love John Boy. Heyman is giddy like a schoolgirl, said Ron. I don't hate Cena, but Roman is a bigger superstar now, said Lone Star Friends. Loud Cena chants. Loud Cena chants from the crowds. Oh. You chant for a coward? You chant for a coward? The man only showed up because I took my leave. Oh, that's good. Then he had the audacity to come back and get people to call him the greatest of all time. Let's be honest, John. You already know. You already know who the GOAT is. Cena does look a bit nervy here. Doesn't he? Head down. Leave, or we're going to make you leave. Yeah, what you going to do, Hollywoods? What you going to do, eh, John Boy? Cena chants from the crowds. Cena. Lot of energy, says Cena. WWE is always unpredictable. Roman. Who knows what's next? I'm going to throw you a curveball. I'm not here to challenge you. I'm here to acknowledge you. Oh my God, join the bloodline, John. 1,138 days. They said it was 39 on commentary. What happened to that day? Where did that day go? That's the greatest accomplishment of all time. And it's earned. I'm not here to challenge you tonight. Because I haven't earned it. But I do know someone who has. LA. LA's music hits. Cena says, I'm not the one that's going to challenge you because I haven't earned it, but I do know someone who has. So, let's see how this goes. LA Knight. Roman looks confused. Who the is this guy? LA Knight has made his way down. 1,138 days. Roman has been Universal Champ. 557 days. WWE Champ, says Larry. It's your time. Cena gives the microphone to LA Knight. He says it's your time. Crowd are chanting for LA Knight. Roman still looks confused. Mitchell said, Roman about to say, Max do pre-challenging me. Yeah. What's Max doing in the ring? Listen. Let me talk to you. This is huge for him now. This is huge. You pee in your pants yet? You're Roman, right? You're the head of the table, right? You're the tribal chief. You're the defending champ. I'll tell you what you are. You're a man that's standing in my way. Things have changed. So he says, tell him whose game it is, and they say LA Knight. That it. Crowd are filling in the gap. Roman. All right. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. They say your name now. Who the hell do you think you are? LA taking the shades off. How long has Roman been champ? Over 1,100 odd days. Roman will slowly become a Brock where he doesn't show up and defends, says Chorm. I'm the fastest rising star in SmackDown history. Oh. Jimmy attacks from behind. LA Knight throws Jimmy out the ring. I really wanted to hear what LA Knight had to say there. Cena getting hyped in the corner. Roman looking around at everyone that's making noise. Solo staring at LA. Roman walks away. Solo walking away as well. handle him. Solo has got an instruction to handle LA. You and me tonight. Solo says you and me tonight. So it's going to be Solo and LA Knight tonight. Good line. For those of you that don't speak moron. Solo defeated later. Right. Season premiere continues with undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions Jey Uso and Cody taking on Grayson Waller and Austin Theory. I will reveal at the end of the show. Please put up a poll for real. 1 hour, Maggie, Trini, Sunny, no context. What are people voting on? What are people meant to vote on? People won't know what people are voting on, though, will they? We're not causing drama, are we? We're not like picking favourite community members or anything, are we? Ellis Dub said, LA Knight versus Roman is the hottest thing WWE could book on SmackDown. Losing to Roman won't hurt LA because everyone loses to Roman. This will only elevate him, and I love this decision. Mitchell says, don't do it, Days. Don't do it. Don't worry about it, Days. That is the point. Don't do it, says Trini. But I'm being told not to do it. I guess LA Knight has to beat up the puppy before the big dog. Crucify the Wick said Roman was 6 months into his reign when LA Knight debuted on NXT in February of 2021. Alan said, I've been on the LA Knight bandwagon now for a few months. Days, which new person would challenge the gold universal belt that never got a chance? Mine is Gable Steveson, Johnny Gargano, Cody Rhodes again. LA Knight, what person to dethrone Roman? I'd go with Cody to dethrone Roman. He needs to finish the story, and for me, the only way he does that is by winning the belt Roman's got. You could have someone beat Roman and then Cody beat that person, but why not just have Cody beat Roman? Cody's one of their top merch sellers. He's, you know, we're just treading water at the moment. I mean, granted, tag champ, but I don't know. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, he's been in this tag team for all of 5 minutes. It does feel like we're only doing this just to get through a period till we can start the road to WrestleMania. But saying that, I don't even know if we're going to get him against Roman at WrestleMania. I mean, there's plenty of reports. It's Rock versus Roman. And so we'll end up getting Cody against Roman. SummerSlam, maybe. So it might be ages. I might have to wait ages. I certainly don't see The Rock being the one to beat Roman. Who knows? Maybe Roman drops the title before WrestleMania. And then just because the titles don't need to be involved if it's going to be Roman versus The Rock. But you probably would have the titles involved. Why not? Why not make it an even bigger deal? Yeah. Can The Rock become the WWE champ? You might as well. So I think that it would be after that if it's going to be that match. So yeah, I think Cody for me. Supreme Ty said Cody finishes the story, but as a heel. A guy who died 2 months ago was more talented than most of all of what is on SmackDown, says Erase Your Minds. Terry Funk was very good, in all fairness. Larry said, are they going to split? Oh, hello. Hello, drama. Hello, camera problems. Hang on. Look at me. I look so excited as well. So excited. We can fix this. Gone. But I'm still here. I'm back. I'm at, oh my god. Oh god, I thought it had gone again. Blurry days. Would you be happy if LA Knight is the one to dethrone Roman? No. I don't think he's been built enough. I think that this feels a bit quick. I think that he has got a lot of support. I think that he can certainly be a world champion. I think that he will go up against Roman, and I think he'll lose. I agree with the comments that were made that he won't lose anything by losing. I think it'll only make him a bigger star, you know? So this is all part of that building process. But I'm old school. I'd like to see him get a mid-card belt, work his way to the world title, and then get a world title. So him going to Crown Jewel and ending Roman's reign, and it ending like this, like that wouldn't really float my boat personally. Right, here we go. Pretty Deadly. We are going to go to our first match. Pretty Deadly taking on the Brawling Brutes. Not built enough. Cody walked back into WWE from AEW and everyone said that he would be champion. Yeah, because he had a run before, didn't he? So, like, do you remember when he was Stardust and he was like dashing Cody Rhodes and all of that, and he had to go because he wasn't getting any opportunities, and he ended up going off, and so his journey has been a long journey. So he ended up like going off, going all round, doing all that stuff, came back, and then he had a solid year, 12 months of regular appearance, like, you know, and the Hell in a Cell, and actually I suppose Hell in a Cell he got injured, so he did miss that period, came back, but he didn't win the title, did he? We thought that he was going to win the title because we feel like Cody is going to be the one, and the whole finishing the story, you know, there's a whole reason for Cody to win because of Dusty. So there's loads more to Cody than there is to LA Knight. Loads more. Cody's had a whole career, gone off, come back. He's got an emotional reason as to why he should win it. He had big wins against Seth, involving one of the most talked about victories in recent years, what with that win in Hell in a Cell, and the, you know, where he injured his boob and he had like a brown boob because of the bruising. So I mean, I feel like he's been through loads. I actually don't mind the fact that Cody didn't win at WrestleMania though, because I also agree that we can put an obstacle in his way and we can continue to build him a little bit more. So, didn't bother me that he didn't win. I thought he would. I thought they would pull the trigger on him because he feels like he's the one. But, no, I'd say there's big differences between him and LA Knight. LA Knight is 40. He's done so much in the wrestling world. He was given an awful character and he's suffered to get where he is. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's been built enough, does it? In fact, that would be an argument to explain that he hasn't been built enough because what he has been doing has been rubbish. So, you know, he's 40 years old. He's been over in Impact. He wasn't fancied. He's come in. It's a great little story that he's found his feet, but now we got to build him. Now we've got like, you know, he's got to go through, he's got to climb that mountain. I mean, you can do a story where you can get quite quickly to the top of the mountain. We have seen that before. But I don't know. I think for LA Knight, that is his story. His story is not being fancied, not being someone that was expected expected to be in this position, or was, dare I say, even supposed to be in this position. You can make the argument the fans have got him to where he is. And like him winning the world title would be absolutely massive. I certainly wouldn't do that in like a few weeks' time. Build towards it. The mountaintop, that is the mountaintop. Right, commercial break. Stunning Steve, when he was in the Hollywood Blondes with Flying Brian Pillman to Stone Cold, says a Diz. Everyone was shocked when Cody lost, like the end of the street, said Zoom Station. I want Jade to come in and squash Nia, says AB Jobson. Nita said LA would be great with Money in the Bank. Yeah. King Yeti said Cody is rubbish. His daddy is the storyline. Gooball said, I hope Butch goes back to being Pete Dunne. Same. Goes to Raw to take down Gunther. I'd be down for that. Abdelakbir, is that how you say it? Abdelakbir says LA Knight will be another victim to Roman. So sad. Miss Clown said, grab a garbage bag full of pine cones. It's the best gift. Little tip there for Christmas. How is the season premiere and Monday for Raw? How do they decide it? We are doing all right. Yeah, it's all right. It's been pretty eventful so far. John Cena came out. Roman came out. LA Knight came out. Solo and Roman are going to have a match. Certainly feels like Solo and LA are going to have a match. Certainly feels like LA is going to be Roman's next opponent. And now we're doing this match, Pretty Deadly against Brawling Brutes. So far, so good. Mitchell said, honestly, it's a beautiful thing. Elton is walking again after his shoulder injury. Hashtag Elton Strong. Cody still lives in Dusty's shadow, said Zoom Station. Matt said, go back to Pete Dunne and bring back his old music. Agreed. Hurts shoulder and acts like he can't walk. It makes sense, says James. People souring on Cody, said Raw Veggies. I don't think so. I don't think they're souring on Cody. I just think that, like most things in wrestling, like there's split opinions. So, you know, some people love Cody and are Cody stans, and some people aren't really fans. Don't think that really what he's done has been that great. I mean, I must admit, his feud with Brock was okay. It's all right. Didn't think it was amazing. I don't think anything he's done since SummerSlam has been that amazing. I thought his match to win the tag titles was all right, actually. I thought that was pretty good. But I think all things considered, after WrestleMania, it's been so-so. It's been so-so. I don't think that it's been like really captivating, edge of the seat, amazing storytelling. The Brock stuff just seemed to come and go. Like, I don't know, it was like, it's just sort of, we're doing this now. we're doing this now. This is what we're doing now. And it sort of feels like this tag thing is like that as well. So I don't know. I think that I think people are still on board with him, but like most things in wrestling, the split opinions, and I think that there are definitely some that would do different things with him. Let's put it that way. That would do different things. They're saying Roman has to fight someone at Crown Jewel, so I'm guessing it'll be LA. I think it'll be LA. Yes. Twin, she said, I love how Roman used to talk about Brock being a part-timer just for him to do the same. Is the next pay-per-view Saudi or Survivor Series? Saudi. They copied from AEW with Roderick Strong with the neck strong, like how they sometimes did. Nita said, people want what they want, and they want it yesterday. Wrestling fans don't have any patience. Noel said, Days, how great was Maximum Male Models when they were together? They showed us fashion, clothing, and segments. Should Max Dupree return and reunite with them? I didn't mind Maximum Male Models. I thought there was something you could have done with them. If you saw their little tongue-in-cheek YouTube videos, I don't mind a bit of that kind of silly humor when we're talking low down the cards. You know, obviously I'm not a fan when it comes to seeing it with MJF and Adam Cole. But if we're going to do it with like an absolute jobber tag team, it's fine. Something different, right? So I think we could have done some of that kind of, the kind of thing you saw from Breezango, that kind of thing. The kind of thing that you get from Iconics, right? That kind of humor. I think we could have still done that. I thought they performed it really well. Played it straight, didn't they? You know, I mean, they were proper models, played it straight, freaking out if they chipped a nail and all that kind of stuff. Marseille rollerblading on a YouTube video as well to get around, I think, LA. There was some fun. I think there was stuff you could have done with it. I wouldn't have had Max Dupree with them. I think clearly what we're doing with LA Knight is a lot more engaging now. I think they were fine with Maxine. But yeah, I think you could have kept him around as like a Bushwhackers, Breezango, Iconics. You know, one of those teams that other teams just beat up to get a win. Save there by Kip. Butch comes in with a knee strike. We are underway with Pretty Deadly against Brawling Brutes. On the edge of the ring, Butch. Big back body drop. Lands on the edge of the ring. Gets caught. Belly to belly by Ridge. Ridge is being backed up. So we're just seeing a little spot here where Jessica... Elton is down. Jessica's just checking on Elton. Elton is down. He's selling a leg injury. He's frustrated. Stop. Ridge is coming back over. Jessica's telling Ridge to step back. If this can't continue, she's got to call it. Crowd are booing. Oh, lovely. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Pretty Deadly win. Pretty Deadly. Use the injury as a distraction. I'd love to see... That was clever. That was clever. Jessica Carr, I would love to see her reaction to this backstage. I'd love to see her, like, fuming at being duped. Because they properly played her there. Brawling Brutes lose. Pretty Deadly pick up the win. Elton was selling a victory. Kip then with a top rope enziguri. Connected on Ridge. Elton sprung back to life, rolled him up, and got the win. I'd like to see just a little backstage interview with Jessica Carr where she's fuming. She's fuming at the fact that they've played her. That is the kind of trick that they can't keep getting away with. The referees should be switched on to that. So I'll be interested to see if they go for that again. Right, we are at the match flow. We're just looking at Carlito's arrival. So, yeah, we are just looking at Carlito. Of course, we're still coming off the back of Fastlane. Elton's wheelchair has more action than Roman Reigns, said Oration Minds. Suzanne said, Roman is not on TV, but barely. Making a lot of money. Where does he think he is? WCW, question mark. Is Carlito. Cool. Here's Bobby. The apple. Your return at Fastlane was nothing short of amazing. I just wanted to welcome you back to my show. Okay. Carlito's first match back against Bobby Lashley. What about this? He gets attacked. Street Profits attacking Carlito. So Street Profits attack Carlito backstage. Adam Pearce jumps in. Jason Jordan as well. Okay, there we go. So Carlito attacked just as he challenged Bobby to a match. So I don't know if we're going to get that match. And I think we might be about to go to commercial break. We are. So already nearly 40 minutes into the show. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left to go. Bobby Trashley is badass, man, said King Kinshasa. Lashley is cool, but can't spit any apple at him. Adam Cole won't ever win an Oscar, says LA Fortnite. Nick Aldis is supposed to debut tonight, says John. Is that Kurt Angle's son, said Michael. It is. Bobby is great at promos. Psych, said King Yeti. What a waste of a good applean, says Mitchell. William said, I am going to be here. My niece Briona is ready to start posting with my protection. William, shout out to you. Shout out to Briona. Hope everyone is well. Got some apples in the chat. Let's go. Nathan said, is Roman returning tonight? He's already returned. He's already returned. He was on at the start of the show. And yeah, it was pretty fun. He came out. It was in the ring with LA Knight. It was in the ring with John Cena. And it was quite a hot start to SmackDown season premiere. We've still got the Triple H announcement to come. Suvalde said it should be the Great Khali against Roman Reigns at the next premium live event. Steven said, have you seen the new trailer for the new movie Iron Claw? It looks good. It's to do with wrestling. Yeah, I think, is it on Von Erich? Is it Kerry Von Erich? Kevin Von Erich? I don't know. One of the Von Erichs. I believe it's on one of them. I haven't seen the trailer. No, I did see that it had come out. Yeah, I'll definitely be down for watching that. I'm interested in any kind of biopics, so I'd be interested in seeing that. Jasmine said, Days, some people are tired of the bloodline, but now it's over, or so we think. Fans want Brock or Cody to win. They want a new champion. Were you bored of bloodline? I loved bloodline when Sammy was in it. I think up until Elimination Chamber, where Sammy got his shot, that for me would have been where I would have done the title change. I think Sammy probably wasn't the one to carry the company forward, and he said that himself. He's probably not the next face of the company, but I think for that story, for that redemption arc, that would have been special. That would have been really cool. And then, Sammy could have dropped it to Cody. We could have got Cody, Sammy. Would have been amazing. Cody could have won the title, could have finished the story. Sammy would have had his little run with the belt. Roman's title reign would have been over. And we could have gone into the Cody era. And I mean, I just don't. If you look at like how many times Roman has defended the title since WrestleMania, like we have. Yes, he's got this long run, but what does the run matter if he's not defending the belt? If he's not defending the belt, what does it matter? So you could make the argument of, you know, why couldn't we have changed the title at WrestleMania? And maybe have Sammy drop it to Cody or whatever. So, you know, that was kind of where I was looking at and what I personally wanted. You can say from a business point of view it wouldn't have made sense, whatever, but I don't care about that. I care about what I want. And that's what I was looking at. So I would say, like, when that was done and Sammy went into, like, being in a tag team and everything, like, yeah. I'd say since WrestleMania it's been running on fumes. Let's put it that way. It's been running on fumes. We are seeing LWO just with Carlito talking the Bloodline. Here we go. Okay, so Roman is talking to Jimmy. Jimmy said, I'll call an audible. Are you the quarterback? He said, well, I'm second string. You're the starter. If you was the quarterback, what would you do? Your brother's the past. The fact Jay is running around with Cody as his partner. You don't call audibles. I do that. Yeet. I don't like that. That's good. That was good. Jimmy yeeted and Rome was like, I don't like that. There was a lot of yeeting going on at that press conference. So Roman making it very clear that seemingly Jimmy is back in the Bloodline. He's talking to him there. And they are sort of strategizing, if you will. And Roman has basically just said, look, you know, the longer that Jay and Cody have those tag titles, the more disrespectful it is to us. So looks like not only is Jimmy back in or seemingly back in, but also looks like they are going to target those tag belts. That's another thing with like the more recent Bloodline story is that, you know, we saw Jimmy leave the Bloodline and now he's come back into the Bloodline. And sure, we can find stories that may go on to explain why he's doing that, you know, but we're sort of having to fill those gaps in ourselves. You know, I need WWE to explain as to why he's allowed back in after everything that's happened. Because I think it's because he's looked at the landscape. There's no Jay around. He was out the Bloodline, and he's looked around and gone, I ain't going to survive on my own. I ain't going to survive. Like, no one likes me, and I don't have someone that's got my back like Jay does. Jay's gone over to Raw, and he's got Sammy, he's got Cody. Because of that now, you know, potentially they can bring a few more people over onto his side. He can win some people over. Jimmy hasn't got that on SmackDown. There isn't anyone that's got his back other than his family, the Bloodline. So in my mind, he's gone back in for that reason. But that's me having to fill in the gaps. I'm not being told that. So I would like to know, like, why he's back in, you know? All of a sudden, like, we're starting to see people leaving, coming back, it not quite being explained. And we could get it explained. It's just we haven't got there yet, you know. So I don't know. Certainly, what we were doing last year with Sammy and the kind of the way that story was being told definitely felt more engaging. So I don't know that it's that I don't know that I'm tired of it. I just think that we've done some big shifts with the Bloodline story this year. There's been big moments, you know, there's been big explosive moments, and we've had to try and weather those with a story that still makes sense, still moves forwards. And to be honest, I think we've took a few of those hits, and I think that it's really knocked the story sometimes. I think it's really like damaged the story. But it's still in a, you know, it's still in a decent place. I mean, people are still tuning in. People are still, you know, into Roman. But there is also a growing number of people that I would say are feeling a bit burnt out from it, yes. I wouldn't disagree with that. But how many people that is, I genuinely don't know. I certainly can't say it's the majority. I couldn't put a percentage on it. But yeah, I am seeing more and more people getting in touch saying that they're just not feeling it as much. They're a bit burnt out from it. They're, you know, tired of not seeing Roman around and all that stuff, you know. Bailey needs Weight Watchers. Not fit to wrestle, says Evan. Someone to fill time in a show as a villain. Hard to stomach. Pretty Deadly versus Brawling Brute still going, said Roddy K. No, finished, but the next match hasn't started yet. Roman might be doing Michael Corleone and Freddie Corleone. Maybe he broke his heart and he will take revenge. Elton Strong versus Roman in a Yeet chair match at Crown Jewel. Book it. Lots of peaks and valleys, said Zoom Station. If Solo isn't Jimmy's tag partner when he goes after Cody and Jay, I think it would be cool to see Jimmy and Braun against Cody and Jay, says Gooball. Dragon Ball is getting a new show called Daima. I am so excited. They painted themselves into a corner with Bloodline imploding. It feels aimless since the big splits. Right, we are seeing what happens with that women's championship. Asuka, Charlotte, Io, Fastlane. Bayley has made her way down with Dakota and Io. So I think we're getting Bayley against Zelina. There we go. They showed off some new figures. I don't know if you saw them, but there's some new figures coming out of LWO. It's a 5-pack where you get all the members in a figure 5-pack, including Zelina, and she's in, I believe, her Fastlane attire. She comes with I want to say the Puerto Rican flag. Is that where we were? Puerto Rico? I think it was, wasn't it? She forearm strikes Bayley in the face. Goes low. Bayley is incredible. Absolutely beautiful. I don't think it's your place to make derogatory comments on women's bodies. Tribal Chief said, I feel bad for LA Knight to have to lose to Roman at Crown Jewel. All this good work and build-up for him to obviously lose to Roman. But Nathan said, I'm going to go enjoy SmackDown. I will see you next time. Days, forget seeing it from a fan perspective. Could you imagine being a WWE wrestler and seeing Tony's behavior on social media and being like, is this who WWE is competing with? It's embarrassing. No, I don't know. If I was a WWE wrestler, I would just look at it like, we've got him. We've got to him. That's how I would look at it. If I was looking at his comments, certainly his comments from today, and his ones about, like, Cena and Undertaker or whatever, I would just be, I'd just be like, I wouldn't be looking at it thinking, oh, is this who we're competing with? I'd be looking at it more like, brilliant. Got in his head. He's clearly feeling it. He's clearly feeling it. It's sort of the social media equivalent of, you know, if you're in a boxing match and you hit your opponent and they start bleeding, like, you know, or you break their nose. Not that I've ever done that, but, you know, I would imagine it's similar. Where, like, you've hurt your opponent and you can see that you've hurt your opponent. They might be acting like, nah, it's fine. I wanted my nose broke. It's fine. Yeah, I wanted to bleed. But you know you've hurt them. You know that you can see physical damage. I think that's the same of these tweets. I think WWE have hurt Tony. And I think this is him showing that. So I would, if I was a WWE wrestler, I'd be viewing it that way. Honestly, I hope he looks after himself. I really do, because he strikes me as someone that needs to take a holiday. He needs a break. Bang! Face first. Zelina planted by Bayley. Zelina gets pinned. 2, 3, and it's a win for Bayley. Yeah, it's a concern. It is a concern. I hope he's. Because no one wants to hear of anything stupid. I don't think anything stupid or anything disastrous would happen, right? But you never know, do you? Kicks coming in there by EO. Shot coming in by Bayley. Here is Charlotte really struggling to run in those shoes. High heels. Trying to make her way down. I mean, yes, she wants to help Zelina, but she also needs to look fabulous. She also needs to look fabulous, doesn't she? It's about time Bayley gets a win, said Brony. Oh, coming up next. Coming up next. Look at this. Triple H. Triple H's announcement coming up next. Larry said Triple H up next. Why is she wearing heels, said Brony. Oh, man. Would be hilarious if she slipped. Did Charlotte not know she was on the show tonight? I don't know. Maybe she did. Perhaps she just thought, well, you know, I'll be all right. These shoes are too good to not wear down to the ring. I've got to wear them. So, because I look fabulous. So, yeah, God bless. How do you feel about KO news? I haven't heard KO news. What's KO news? Do you think Triple H will be in every Raw and SmackDown they do? No, don't think so. Well, definitely no, but do I think this is like a 2-part announcement and he'll be on Raw as well? I don't think so. Mitchell said he's going to announce an announcement for next week. He's going to announce that NXT is going to move from Tuesday to Wednesday next week. And we are going to have... God, who could we put on that would be bigger? Roman would be big. Is there anyone bigger than Undertaker, though? Who's bigger than Undertaker? The Rock? Stone Colds? That's about it, isn't it? Rock and Stone Colds. I don't think Bret Hart's bigger. We already had Cena. Orton. Randy Orton would be big considering his injury, wouldn't it? Stone Cold or Rock, yeah. Yeah, it's probably them, innit? Stone Cold Rock. But there we go. He's going to announce NXT. He's going to announce NXT's moving to Wednesday, and it's going to be Stone Cold and Rock. He will announce, he's got an announcement that he will announce later on the show. CM Punk, yes. Yes, he's going to announce NXT's moving to Wednesday and he's got CM Punk. Freddie Prinze Jr., says Mitchell. That'd be quite the announcement. Right. Mick Foley, says Danny D. Kane, it's gotta be Kane. Right. Let's go. Triple H announcement. We think we know what it is. Okay, so I'm guessing that's our main event tonight. LA Knight against Solo Sikoa. War Games. Yeah, War Games. Here we go. Let's find out. There's a few things it could be then. Yeah, you're right. Okay, here we go. Triple H is going to announce Kenny Omega, said Puff Dutch. Dan said, it's funny how the return of our tribal chief has given this show a big feel. We the ones. The Great Khali is bigger, literally, says King Yeti. That is true, actually, King Yeti. You are bang on the money there. Hope you are enjoying the show, King Yeti. Do you reckon he's just going to laugh at Tony Khan? Think he'll just get in the ring and just laugh at... So, that Tuesday Night War, eh? Right, he's in the ring. Okay, Triple H in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. There's a big part of me that misses that, coming out with a great reaction from the fans. He says it's electric in here tonight. We just came out of Fastlane. And then we're well on our way to Crown Jewel. And then on to Survivor Series. And it all starts here tonight. The season premiere. Okay. Okay, we're... Here we go. Here we go. Who's in the ring? Adam Pearce. Over the last 3 years. So he's talking about how he had he's done an incredible job. Overseeing both shows. Yeah, thank you. So he's thanking Adam Pearce. So no one person should do it alone. You will no longer be alone. Brilliant. Oh, a promotion? Promotion, yeah. Is that a promotion? Is the general manager of Monday Night Raw? Is that a promotion? So now we need a general manager of SmackDown. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dominic. Yes. Great call. Great call. Well done, WWE. In Dirty Dom we trust. Well done, everyone. Brilliant work. That's my GM right there. That's my GM. On to massive ratings now. To the moon. So, Dom making his way down. Loud boos for Dom. Oh, no way. Boo this, kids. So he's come out, he's moaning. Triple H says, please. Please, can you keep... Go ahead. Can you keep it down, everyone? That's probably only going to make them worse. Yeah, it's made them worse. It's made it worse. There's a sign in the crowd that says, I did time with Dirty Dom. I did time with Dirty Dom. Still booing him. Still booing him. That is a goated sign, says LA Dark Knight. Still don't know what he's saying. Wow. I always thought they were pumping in that noise. I didn't realize how loud it actually was out here. Something about Injustice, championships tonight. Monday Night Mammy? Oh, I've only just saw his shirt. You're yelling at the wrong people. Here we go. General manager of SmackDown. So let me bring him out. Nick Aldis, it is. Oh, hang on. What? He's not getting an entrance. Ah, oh, here we go. Look at this. Sharp suits. Mr. Nick Aldis. The man has arrived. Yes. Love it. Let's go. Let's go. I look forward to some healthy competition between our two brands. Nick Aldis says, I'm a big fan of your dad. That played well with the crowds. Okay. So now we're doing the exchange. So the newest... Oh, now Dominic's interrupting again. This kid's, honestly. Jeez. What was your name? Nick. Brilliant. Loud boos again. But we're about to get the reveal of the person that's going to come over to SmackDown. Good segment, this, isn't it? Good segment. Really good. Dominic said, I don't care who it is. Here we go, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens has been traded over, so it's not going to be Cody. There was a hope that it was going to be Cody, but it's Kevin Owens. That was anticlimactic. Well, to be honest, I think the anticlimactic part of it is the fact that dirt sheets have reported it, so it's not come as a surprise, unfortunately. Honestly, I really hate the dirt sheets for that. I was saying this earlier. I think the dirt sheets, there's definitely a place for them, but I wish they would only report things after the fact. Like, give us, like, more behind-the-scenes context rather than tell us stuff that's going to happen. This Nick Aldis news had sadly been circulating throughout the day, and then this Kevin Owens news seems to have dropped out since we've been streaming, so... yeah. Good. I'm excited to see what he's going to do over on SmackDown. It puts an end to the Sammy thing as well, so I'm pleased about that. You know, I'm pleased that him and Sammy are no longer a tag team. They can both go off and do their own kind of thing now. Good segment. We made some money moves. And I'm not sure Roman's loving that. Kevin Owens is on our show now. I got Cody running on my show. It's Sammy back solo. Yes. Let's have a look. We'll do a quick video in a sec. It's not a great picture, is it? The better. Roman, a bit frustrated backstage. Jimmy said, are you serious right now? He says, no, but imagine if I was. Tells him to stop yeeting. It's not good, is it? Yeah, not good in the bloodline. Not good in the bloodline. They were all looking a bit, ooh. Ooh. Yeet. Yeet. That's better. That's a better picture. Let's go. Let's go. Massive Triple H announcement coming out of SmackDown. Triple H was in the ring and he had very kind words for Adam Pearce, saying that he'd done an incredible job, a thankless job, a job that really no one could do or should do on their own. And he said that he was giving him a promotion. Adam Pearce is now the general manager of Raw. actually don't remember what his title was before, so it's hard to know if that is an actual promotion, but Triple H said it was a promotion, so I'm going to believe him. But he said that he had someone else that was going to take up the position of general manager of SmackDown, and he brought that person out, and it was Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis. Honestly, this is such a great guy. He was champion in NWA. He's been in TNA Impact, a wrestler over there. I know him better from his time in NWA. He was a long-time champion over there, really carries himself with dignity, and he is very professional. He's going to be a great addition to this roster. I think he's going to make a fantastic GM. I'm very excited by this appointment. Got a lot of time for him. I think he's going to be brilliant. So really excited for this. You could tell there was people in the venue that didn't know who he was. There wasn't really much of a reaction or a reception, and that's fine. You know, not everyone is watching Impact TNA or NWA. Like, you know, a lot of WWE fans only watch the WWE product. That's absolutely fine. I think he won them over quite quickly because Dominic was in the ring and he went to shake Dominic's hand and he said, "I'm a really big fan." And as they were shaking hands, he just finished the sentence, "of your father." And that got a really good reaction out of the crowd. The other thing, though, that he said he was here to do wasn't just to introduce himself. He was going to announce the superstar that was going to be coming over from Raw in the trade. You might remember that Jey Uso went from SmackDown to Raw. So we were waiting as to who was going to come in the other direction, who was coming from Raw over to SmackDown. Well, it's been announced, and it was slightly spoiled as well. This news breaking a few hours before this moment, and it was Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is the person that's come over. It's an interesting choice. Cody was the one that I was expecting personally, but this at least means that Kevin is now away from Sami. Sami can go off and hopefully pursue a world title. Maybe Kevin can do the same over here on SmackDown. Little bit problematic, I think, for Kevin, because he's tried a few times at Roman and fallen short. It's hard to see him getting that title from Roman, but how amazing if he was the one to do it. How amazing if it was Kevin that was the one to beat Roman eventually, and then, like, you know, we could get Cody versus Kevin or Sami against Kevin for that title. I don't know that we're going to go that way, and as a result of that, I don't know quite what we've got planned for Kevin. So yeah, I would imagine he's probably got mixed feelings about this. You've got a better chance of winning a world title over on Raw than you do on SmackDown, considering Roman has had this title for like 3 years. But it is Kevin that's come over. I'm sure they've got something planned. So lots of big announcements made on this week's SmackDown. Right, we've also got Chelsea, who I love. Here's Charlotte. Chelsea walks away saying that he's made a terrible first impression. If it wasn't for the ref being distracted, you would be here as the women's champion now. Next week, you, one-on-one, with EO. Women's championship. Oh. Oh! Charlotte's just bumped into Jade! It's nice to meet you. Charlotte walks off. Oh, man. We eating good. We eating good. Do you know what? Jade was so much bigger than a lot of the other women in AEW. Here she is, about the same size. That's why Charlotte's wearing them shoes. She knew this was coming, and she had no interest whatsoever in coming across as the smaller woman. So Jade and Charlotte face to face backstage. That was tasty, man. WrestleMania said a goated episode. I'm boogsing out, yeeting at the time, not to mention feeling oozy. Right, Jey Uso has made his way down. Where's Cody? Not the first time, says Wham. I think first time Jade has been with... Not the first time we've seen Jade, but first time that she's bumped into Charlotte. Wow. Tell you what, some brilliant stuff. I made a book. I would love it if you would help my book become #1 in the poetry category. The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems. Is your book available on Kindle, Sonny? Or is it just a physical copy? Here's Cody. Looks like, Nicole, this will be the most chilled out and giving GM. He's good, man. He's good. Who's the GOAT GM for Raw and SmackDown? Bischoff and Steph for me, says WrestleLandy. Yeah. I think it'd be hard to see past them. I mean, they were so much fun. And there were so many, like, such big moments, you know, with, like, superstars coming back and, like, shock debuts. And there was just so much that happened under their watch. So, I don't know, these two could be capable of something really interesting. But, yeah, GOATed of all time, I would agree. I still don't understand why Kevin Owens and Sami got to split brands, said Elijah. I don't think the plan was ever for them to stay together very long. And to be honest, I don't think they should stay together. I think that Sami just had an incredible year last year. And he now has got, you know, he's got an opportunity to kind of really push himself forwards. And I think we should explore that. I think we touched on it at Elimination Chamber, but we didn't build on it. And so now we can build on it. So I'm really excited. I'm excited to see Sami on his own for the first time since coming out of the bloodline. In fact, for the first time since going in the bloodline. You know, going all the way back to, like, really his match with Johnny Knoxville. He had a match with Johnny Knoxville and he lost that match. And I think it was like the very next show, he knocked on the door to Roman and he said he wanted help to get his credibility back. And that was really the first seed planted for him joining the bloodline. So really, since then, he's been bloodline. Then he left bloodline and immediately was trying to win over Kevin Owens for him to be friends. And of course, didn't take long for them to get in a tag team and then go for the titles at WrestleMania. And then since then, he's been in a tag team. So really, you can go all the way back to that Jackass match at WrestleMania as sort of as a rough guide being like really the last time Sami was in this kind of a position. I'm really interested to see what we do with him now. Really, really interested. And, you know, Sami and Kevin had won those tag titles. What else were they going to do? I don't think they were winning them again. Or certainly not anytime soon. So, yeah, let's tell a different story. I'm excited. I was happy to see Nicole. This sad the reaction was dead, says, huh? Yeah, I'm not bothered. That doesn't bother me. They're not dead because they know him and they're not excited. They're just dead because they don't know him, but they'll get to know him. So, it's fine. I'd be a lot more concerned if he was, like, you know, on NXT or on Raw and people knew who he was and then he got that reaction. I'd be a lot more concerned then. But I think, yeah, the truth is that people just don't know who he is because they don't watch, not everyone or even that many people watch other wrestling shows. So for them, it's just some dude off the street. Don't know who he is. He's going to have to prove himself. And he will. He's awesome. Dead like the AEW crowd were for Switchblade, says James. Theodore said this SmackDown is great so far. Yeah, we're long past halftime scores, unfortunately. Otherwise, of course, we would have done those. But it's been pretty non-stop, man. There has been a lot going on. This, it does feel like they have treated this like a season premiere, doesn't it? Aldis didn't need a big entrance, said Zoom Station. Well, that's true. I would have liked for him to have got something just as an introduction, like here he is, and then bring him out and kind of treat him like a big deal. I think if you treat someone like a big deal, it's easier for them to feel like a big deal. But yeah, instead he just kind of walked in from the side. Okay, Cody and Jay. Right, we are back to the action. We know that we've got Waller and Theory. They're going to be competing against Jay and Cody. I think Jade's first match will be Crown Jewel teaming with Charlotte against Io and Bailey. I can just see it, says Maca Rice. Yeah, it's a good shout. Have them on the same team. Certainly teasing that they were not on the same page there, but yeah, could be a fun little swerve. Right. Cody and Jay versus Waller and Theory. But do you think Mickie James would return? Yeah. Why not? You know, she's a legend. She's someone that's been in WWE a few times. I know the way that she left last time was a bit regrettable, but WWE, I don't think, did that on purpose. If you remember, she had her stuff in a bin bag. Do you remember that? She had her stuff in a bin bag, and she went onto social media to say, like, I've just been let go, and this is how you're sending me my stuff in a bin bag. Like, it doesn't make me as you know, someone that's doesn't make me feel valued. Someone that's achieved so much with your company, it doesn't make me feel valued. And Stephanie had to, like, publicly apologize. So there was a little bit of, like, bad blood, if you will, but that's all in the past, isn't it? I don't think that was that big of an issue. It was disappointing at the time, but not something that's going to prevent her from coming back. So, yeah, you know, her husband is now GM of SmackDown. They must have plans for Kevin. Maybe another Rumble title match against Roman, says Ben. That'd be amazing if so. Wouldn't that be the third Rumble title match? That would be amazing. Yeah, I think that's I agree. There must be some sort of a plan, but I could understand him being a bit like, oh, really? You know? On Raw, you'd feel like you got a chance. On SmackDown, like, it's just really unlikely. I still think Cody is the one that will beat Roman, but as I said, I honestly wouldn't mind Kevin. He's been screwed so many times by the bloodline that if it turned out that he was the one to finally do it, you'd go, oh, cool. I'd be pleased for him, to be honest. I'd be pleased for him because I think he is someone that has come close on a number of occasions. And I think he was very selfless with the role that he played at the Rumble. You know, he had a title match at this year's Rumble against Roman. And, you know, for most of it, he got beaten up, handcuffed against the ropes. That was really what resulted in the Sammy story kind of reaching its climax. He's played a big part in this bloodline story, Kevin Owens has. He's just done it from the other side. He's been like one of the main opponents, antagonists. So, yeah, I think if he was the one to do it, I would be cool with it because I think that he has more than played his part in this bloodline story being the success that it's been. So I'd be fine with that. But maybe they've got other plans. Maybe they're looking at a mid-cards thing or some sort of juicy feud or starting his road to WrestleMania, you know? I don't know. We'll see. It's one that's like, well, yeah, we'll see. Jey Uso goes to the outside. He seemed to hit quite hard there. So we have gone to commercial break. It was a strike that came in by Jey. He was dumped on the outside, threw in a shot. He got... I think he was all right. Just sell him. You could hear it as he collided into that ring post. I just wanted to have a look and see how bad it actually was, but I think it was all right. KO could win the US title and revive the new face of America gimmick that lasted 2 weeks. As Triple H said his announcement, he has, and it was big. We've got a new GM of SmackDown, and that GM immediately drafted over a new superstar as well from Raw, someone from Raw. So we got some stuff, man. We ate goods. Days, it's not on Kindle yet, but I will put it on Kindle with the publisher's help. It's on paperback. Thank you, Sonny. I just wondered if it was on Kindle, it might help those that have got a Kindle. I remember coming across Nick Aldis in 2015. I was thinking, even seeing him now, how is someone of that stature and larger than life, along with Camille, being wasted in the NWA? Yeah, I think there's a bit of bad blood. I've always heard that there is a bit of bad blood between him and Bruce Pritchard, who works backstage. So I think there has been some resistance to him coming in. I don't know what changed. Clearly, there's some people that have been pulling for him, and I'm pleased they did. I think he's going to be really good. He, for those that never watched him, certainly in recent years in the NWA, he has been a sharp suit wearer. I thought his suit was a bit big today, actually, but he's a sharp suit wearing, really carries himself with dignity, sort of champion. I mean, he's been the NWA champion for quite a long time recently. He lost it was about a year ago, something along those lines, but he was carrying it for a good few years. During the pandemic, he was the NWA champion, and I think the NWA championship, it does still mean something. If you've got that belt, it still means something. It's nowhere near what it was. You know, back in the day, that title was as big as the WWE championship, and for many people, even bigger. It's nowhere near that level now, but even so, you know, he's been doing some really good stuff, carrying himself like a champion. His matches with Cody, he was at that original All In. It was Nick Aldis versus Cody at the very first All In. So if people watched All In, then you've seen Nick Aldis wrestling. And yeah, he's someone that I would love to see kind of come in, and he could have a banging match with Gunther, man. Imagine him against Gunther. He could have a banging match against a few people, actually. Cody, obviously. But I don't know. I'm just pleased that we're doing something with him. I'm pleased that he's got a job. He's got to WWE. We've given him, like general manager of SmackDown. I just thought he was going to be a backstage producer, but no, we've already done more with him than what I was expecting. So I don't know. Let's see where it goes. He's got a foot in the door, hasn't he? Eh? That's a good thing. Kicks coming in by Austin Theory. Don't forget, if you are watching KSI tomorrow, KSI against Tommy Fury, we are covering that whole event. We are more than covering that event. In fact, in about 28 minutes, I am going to bed so that I can sleep and get up and be ready for tomorrow. It's going to be... We will start at about 1, which I think is like 9 a.m. Eastern time. I think that's 9. Is it 9? Might even be 8. I think it is 8, actually. I think it's 8 a.m. I think 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow we're starting. And we will go for a good 9-10 hours. Elbow drop there by Grayson Waller, looking for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. If I didn't already know Triple H is actually heading creative, Nick on TV has convinced me. We know the mustache wouldn't have done it. Would have said he's too old, like a dummy. Aaron said, super chat time. Super chat time, super chat time. Super chat time. Probably don't know that. You don't remember that, do you, Aaron? Don't remember? Blankety blank. Super match game, super match game, super match game. Super match game. Down goes Grayson Waller. Right. It is super chat time, but there is a hot tag being made as Jay tags in Cody. Here's Theory in there as well. Back elbows by Cody. Cody going against the ropes. Collides into Theory. Picks him up, slams him down. Cody against the ropes. Lovely disaster kick. Over the top rope goes Grayson Waller. Austin Theory down. Grayson Waller trying to come back in. Cody, another kick. Grayson Waller goes down. Cody coming over. Theory. That was great. 1, 2. Jay makes the save. So we've got fast-paced action right now. This very exciting championship match. Up on the shoulders. Looking for A-Town down. Not getting it. Super kick there by Jay. That was a lot of spittle, wasn't it? See all that spittle that just came out. Here we go. Cody. Cutter connects. Against the ropes. Goes Jay. Looking for a crossroads. Beginning of the end. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. Cody and Jay pick up the victory. Boom. Aaron said, I'm excited for the future now. When I started watching, there were GMs. Now the draft next year will be very intriguing with the 2 picking wrestlers. That's a good point, and that's a really good point. The other thing I was thinking is about like Survivor Series with the whole SmackDown versus Raw thing, which I know Triple H has said he wants to move away from. But I sort of feel like you've got the potential to do one match, Survivor Series match between Raw and SmackDown with the two GMs, and it just gives it a little bit more impetus. Gives it a bit more, you could do it now, and it would feel, I'd be all right with it. I don't want a whole card on it. I agree, we don't need a whole card on it. But, yeah, you know, you're right. Anything where we've got a draft, or like we had back in the day with Survivor Series, or if we bring in a bragging rights or something like that, you've got two heads now, two different people running the show. And you know what? I mean, Nick Aldis did say, I'm looking forward to some friendly competition. Here's Roman. Oh, this is going to be good, isn't it? This is going to be good. Here is Jay. His brothers coming out. Solo and Jimmy staring at Cody and Jay. And here's... Oh, that's the one, innit? That's the one that I want to see. I did say I didn't think they would do this, because if we're going to do Roman against LA Knight, do you really want to have these two here? Oh, Nick Aldis, look. Not here, not tonight. Nick Aldis is right there in between Roman and Cody. Man, it's so weird seeing Nick Aldis with Cody again, isn't it? That's so good. That's so good. I don't know what that moment does for like LA Knight though, because you're showing the match. That's to me the match. Are you just getting people like hyped about Cody Roman when really we should just be focused on Roman LA Knight? Get people hyped for that. Don't show them an alternative. Good though. Some nice face-to-faces there. Richard said, maybe if Roman can get traded to Raw as announced by Cody at Raw next week. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting Roman to get moved, but, well, I mean, honestly, with these TV deals as well, you know, if someone's going to pay an absolute ton of money for Raw, they're going to want the best show possible and the best ratings. So the idea of Roman moving to Raw is really not out the question, but I don't know that it would be done this year because Fox are still paying a good chunk of money to get the best ratings they can for SmackDown. So, yeah, but honestly, everything's on the table for next year. So, good point, Richards. And Aaron, shout out to you. King Yeti said, super chat time. Yeah! Super chat time, super chat time, super chat time. Super chat time. Right, big shout out to everyone that's sent in super chats. Really appreciate it. You are the lifeblood of the channel. Certainly ain't ad revenue, I can tell you that. And a big shout out to everyone that joins us as well. It really is appreciated as we are enjoying the season premiere of SmackDown. Kieran said, why did the new Street Profits and Lashley beat up Carlito? I don't know. Why did the new Street Profits and Lashley beat up Carly? Oh, this will be good. This will be good. Go on, Kieran. What's the punchline? Dean said, what do you think about the show so far? I think it's been good. Yeah, very enjoyable. It's gone very quick. I don't think it's been perfect. I'm not like at a 10 or even a 9, but I really like the Nick Aldis announcement. I really like Kevin coming over. I ain't got a problem with LA Knight being Roman's next challenger. That was a fun little match that we just saw. Bailey and Zelina was all right. Jade and Charlotte was pretty good, weren't it? That was a fun little face-to-face. What else have we had? Brawling Brute's pretty deadly. It's okay. Brawling Brute's pretty deadly. All right. Yeah, I like the end. Pretty eventful. Yeah, I think it's been a pretty stacked show, to be honest. So has it had an OMG moment? I suppose we've had the Kevin news. It's so hard, isn't it, though? Because that news got ruined. Can't sit here and like lose my mind when people have already told me that it's going to happen. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that should be OMG news. Probably would be if I didn't know it was going to happen. So yeah, maybe we are knocking on the door of an 8. Mitchell said, I feel like that Cody Roman moment did bury LA Knight. I don't know if it buried him. I do get that point. I sort of feel like, why show Roman confronting anyone when just focus on him and LA Knight? Just dial in on that. Yeah. Doesn't matter, doesn't it? Doesn't matter. It was a little one-off moment. Solo Sikoa. And actually, we're ending the show with LA. Because he's about to take on Solo. Gerald said, the tag match between Jimmy and Solo also does make sense. Jay versus Jimmy and Cody versus the man who cost him the story at Mania. Yeah, good point. Good point. I think I would have liked them to be coming in off a win, though. It's a shame they lost at Fastlane. I do understand LA Knight had to win that match. If we are doing Roman LA Knight, then he had to win that match. But it's just a shame that it was against those guys, because now we're trying to build them up, you know, as being capable of beating Cody and Jay. Ideally, in a perfect world, LA would have got the win at Fastlane, and it wouldn't have been at the expense of Solo and Jimmy. Again, doesn't matter. These are just little observations, nothing more. King Yeti says, because Carlito crossed the road. Oh, it's good. It's good. Because Carlito spits in the face of fools. Yes. Right, main events. LA Knight, Solo Sikoa, 17 minutes left in the show. Have you got a snapshot of the Roman Cody stare down, said Theodore. I don't, but I know a little social media platform that will. And I am a man of the people, so I will find it and I will show it. Not only that, do you know what? I might get brave. Look at that. It's a GIF, that's all it is. It's a 3-second little GIF. Bang, look at that. And there's an image. But you see how rubbish the quality can be sometimes. Like, that's good. It's a nice image. Those are the kind of images I have to faff around with when I'm trying to find. And then, like, I get these images. I'm like, I can't do anything with that because it's moving. That's a good little GIF, isn't it? What's on your mind? It's a good little. Oh, that's good. But yeah, that's good. There we go. Intense. Intense. Real EST says Roman and Cody face off. Yo! Yo! What's trending? Heat at Spurs. Orton. Garza. Tony Khan. Bruno Fernandes. Why is he trending? Cody Rhodes. We read this earlier thanks to James. There's some little backstage happenings. Roman Cody rematch teased. Wrestling news is on it 4 minutes ago. There we go. Dave's great to see GM's back. That could also mean Nick Aldis in WWE 2K24. As a wrestler, would they do that? That'd be cool if they did. That would be great if they did, actually. Solo to the outside. David, shout out to you. I'm in every stream from Scotland. What are your thoughts on LA Knight versus Roman? Yeah, he's over, isn't he? And I don't have an issue with him being the next one to challenge Roman. I think it'll be good for him. I don't expect him to win. I think it'll be he'll get cheated like everyone else does. You know, we're teasing Roman Cody. We know that we've got Roman Rock. There's big plans, isn't there? So you can make the argument that Roman Rock doesn't need the titles, but I think Cody Roman does. But I, to be honest, I wouldn't expect really anyone to win the title at Crown Jewel. I really don't think that's where it would end. I know the Saudis pay a lot of money, and I know that you could make an argument that they would want it to end there, but I don't think WWE would have it end in Saudi Arabia unless they get paid serious money. I don't think the money they're getting paid is good enough to have this epic storyline end there. But if the Saudis want to give them an extra 20 million or something, you know, that might change their mind. But yeah, I think, you know, who did I say? AJ Styles, was it? AJ Styles, I thought, might have had a shot. Or John Cena. But I wouldn't have thought either of them would win either, to be honest. So, yeah, fine. I think I had LA Knight taking on Roman at Royal Rumble, because the point I was making was, I don't think LA Knight's going to win the Rumble. And I think the crowds, by the time we get to the Rumble, might really want him to. I think the crowd now would be into the idea of him winning the Rumble. And I think by the time we get to the actual Rumble in like 3-4 months, could be that even more people are on board the bandwagon and even more people want him to win it. And I don't think that's the plan. I don't think the plan is that he's going to win it. So, I don't know. Maybe you have Gunther eliminate LA Knight last, and that's just a way of getting extra heat on Gunther, which could be fun. But I did wonder if they might do Roman versus LA Knight at the Rumble, because if he is in the title match and the title match closes the show, I don't think people will expect him to be in the Rumble as well. He's not going to be in a Rumble and then immediately be in a title match. So it's just a really good, clever way. It's clever. Clever way of like having him go for the title, not be in the Rumble, not have him not winning the Rumble be a problem. Kind of ticks a few boxes, you know? So I thought they might do that, but they didn't. I was wrong. Instead, they're doing it now. So it does make me wonder if they're going to have Gunther eliminate LA to put extra heat on Gunther. Extra heat on him. So as I said, I don't think the plan is LA. He might be in the running. He could be one of the people that could win the Rumble. But I don't know. It seems like Gunther's the outright favourite, doesn't it? Wrestle Andy said, every 10 years, we always get a big underdog story at Mania where they take on two opponents. Brett, Benoit, Bryan. Who could it be at 40? Well, Cody would be the one, wouldn't it? Cody would be the one that seems to be best positioned. But I honestly don't know. I mean, we know that it's going to be it seems like it's going to be The Rock, doesn't it? Rock against Roman. And if Roman's still got the title, then that underdog is going to have to get the title off maybe Seth. So, don't know. LA Knight, unfortunately, is on the wrong brand. If he could get over to Raw, then maybe he could win the title that Seth's got. But I just don't. It doesn't feel like he's going to be the one that's going to end Roman's title reign. Not with Cody around. Solo colliding into LA. Nick Aldis is doing better tonight than Adam Pearce ever has, says Dylan. Steven said, what is Roman's next milestone to beat? Oh, there's probably like 1 billion, but if we look at the main one, which is going to be Royal Rumble. No. Longest WWE title reigns. Bruno Sammartino, the living legend. He is number 3 on the list. Hang on, that can't be right. That can't be right. Where's Bob? Where's Bobby Backlund? Huh? Doesn't make any sense. That make no sense. So this is the 10 longest world championship reigns in WWE history. So Bruno, 2,800. Then Hogan, 1-4. Then Bruno's second reign at 1-2. And then Roman at 1-1. But if you look at this for Bob Backlund, where it says 6-4-8, it says Bob first won the title as the WWF Heavyweight Championship. During this reign, it was returned to the WWF Heavyweight Championship. It was renamed WWF. WWE recognizes this reign as being 2,135. They don't recognize Inoki's reign, and thus they recognize it as one continuous period. Okay, so does that not mean then that it's 2,135? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? So Bob should be like up here. He should be number 2. Should be Bruno, Bob, Hogan, Bruno, Roman. So Roman is now 5th on the all-time reign. Bob's reign never ended. Well, it did end, but it didn't end after 648 days. So yeah, his next one anyway, which says here would take him 3rd, I think would actually take him 4th, would be in just under 100 days, and that would beat Bruno Sammartino's 2nd title reign. If he wants to beat Bruno's 1st, he's got to beat 2,800 days. And he's only on 1,100, so he probably ain't doing that. Right, how long we got? 7 minutes. Solo colliding into the corner. Daisy's channeling his inner Tony Khan having a meltdown. Listen, I just read that list and I feared for my life because I couldn't make head nor tail of it. And it made me question a lot of things. I was literally fearing for my life whilst reading that. Shots coming in by LA Knight. Another strike there as Solo wobbles. Big overhand right. Solo going against the... LA going against the ropes. Collides down on Solo. Kick to the midsection. DDT. Solo going over to the corner. Kick coming in there by LA. This, of course, our main event of the evening of what has been a very stacked SmackDown. Knee strike there by LA. LA, again, looking at the crowd, saying, do you want me to do one more? And they certainly do, but Solo picks him up, looking for a Samoan drop. He had him on his shoulder. Solo against the ropes. Picked up. Slammed down by LA. It was good. Solo came off the ropes. LA against the ropes. Elbow drop. Solo trying to get back up to his feet. LA grabbing Solo. No joy. Clothesline. Down goes LA. Double clothesline. Solo goes down. LA goes down. It's an interesting match, this, because LA Knight can't lose because he's got to be built to face Roman. Solo can't lose Well, certainly not clean. So here's Jimmy. Jimmy in the corner. Cena's in the ring, though. Cena with an AA to Jimmy. Cena AA's Jimmy, but he gets caught with a Samoan spike from Solo. Solo gets planted. And is that going to be the distraction? So LA Knight wins. There was a whole lot of commotion going on. LA Knight had to win that. He had to win. Because if you're building him up to face Roman, you can't have him losing to Solo. But as we said, and as everyone already knew, they had to do something just to protect Solo. So we had Jimmy, we had Cena. We had Solo getting planted. And LA Knight picking up the win. It's crazy. Roman has 2 of the top 10 all-time reigns at the same time. Roman spears LA. Roman plants LA Knight. Crowd boo him. Well, LA has got Roman's attention. This is my house, says Roman. Give LA Knight the LA symbol and a black cape, said Dragon Knife. Roman spears LA Knight. Days, the recipe to a wrestling promotion is simple. A dash of brass, pinch of braggadocious, 2 handful of pain, and a helping of fearing for your life. Yes. Just a little fearing for your life. Theodore says, what a spear. It's a cool little moment. Big spear out of nowhere. Roman out of nowhere. And there we go. Right, put in your scores for that show. What did you think of it? Did you enjoy it? I would hope that you did. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for Misfits. We are here for KSI. We're going to do like such a long stream. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. In fact, I'm going to shoot off in a few minutes' time so that I can just do a little bit more research. And that is going to be our day tomorrow. What did you score? WWE Smackdown. Jordan, see you tomorrow, buds. But Mitchell said 775 to 8. What about you? Yep. I agree. I'm just debating as to whether there was a real OMG moment. I mean, I really did like Jade and Charlotte. It didn't lead to anything, or at least not at the moment, but it was really cool seeing them 2 face to face. So I really enjoyed that. Nick Aldis, I'm so pleased they're doing something with him, genuinely. Kevin Owens, yeah. I would have been more excited had it have been Cody. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like 7.75 to 8 is a very, very fair score. Very fair. Shakeem said 6.75. Zoom Station said 7.5. Let Him In said 7.75. Alan with an 8. Matt with an 8. King Yeti with an 8. Trafford said 9. Charlotte Jade. Darren said Roman from behind again. Kieran said 7 to 8 or an 8.5. Ellis Stubbs said an explosive show, just like Raw. Not coincidentally, that's the same word I used to describe Monday's show. It had one of my favorite booking decisions all year, 7 to 5. Trey Gaming, goodbye, my friends. WWE fan said 9 juicy storylines. Seems like people enjoyed the show. That's really good. I mean, you want that. You want that. You want a bit of momentum, bit of enthusiasm, you know? But not fake enthusiasm. If you didn't enjoy it, you didn't enjoy it. Jim said Jade is not in Charlotte's league. Sue says 8.5. David said Jade and Charlotte won't meet in the ring until the Royal Rumble, a redo of Warrior and Hogan. Dwindler said they're all start of a new season. J-Love said 9. Office Clusternut said 8.5. Serious Gaming said 7.75 to 8. Aaron said 10. Joe says 8. Delwyn says excellent SmackDown show tonight, an 8. Darren Guy said 9. Jay says 8. Matt says 8.5. Theodore said a lot of storylines are developing. Yeah, I would have liked a bit more on the Bobby one, but I suppose they did attack Carlito. But yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit of a fallout from the fact they lost, you know? But yeah, all right. New season, what start, said Dwindler. LA Dort Knight said Charlotte Jade gave me Hogan and Roman and Cody. Have me Hogan Andre cover vibes. Larry said, Days, I enjoyed the watch longs. Awesome. Still dealing with the passing of my mum. I'm very sorry to hear that, dude. Who I used to watch WWE with. I am getting through it. Bye for now. Larry, shout out to you, dude. That's hard. And especially if you used to watch the shows with her, I would imagine it really feels, well, I mean, it's your mom, so something's always going to feel like it's missing, you know, but in those moments as well, you know, extra poignant, if you will. But yeah, it's hard. It's something that we'll all go through at some point, and I'm really not looking forward to that day myself, you know. So I have nothing but sympathy and respect, my friends. I hope you are coping well. I've not been through it, so I can't give any sort of advice. Not that there is any. But, yeah, I could understand that being a difficult thing to try and get your head around. Russell Andy says... Oh, hang on. Cody and Roman and Jade and Charlotte face-offs will both be in the Mania packages, a sign of a great show. Corey said, Days, what does the series premiere even mean? Nothing, to be honest. The only thing it does mean is that I think it is an opportunity to kind of start some new stories. So, you know, looking at this show, it did feel fresh. It did feel like we were starting a new chapter. I mean, obviously, we've got a new GM, which is very exciting. Kevin has moved over. So it's not just that we've done some good matches. Like, we've actually done some stuff of significance, which is brilliant. Really, really good. So hopefully we can do the same with Raw. I think Raw's season premiere is Monday. I don't think that was Monday just gone, or at least I don't remember it being billed as the season premiere. So hopefully Monday we'll have something juicy for us as well. So yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to do with this fresh beginning. But what does it actually mean? Nothing. They're just kind of tying in with all the new shows that start in America. All the new shows tend to start around this time, and so they are just kind of tagging onto that, really. I suppose it's a way of, like, if you see that this is the season premiere, you might think, well, oh, I've not been watching. This might be a good time to jump in, you know? It's just marketing, isn't it? That's all it is. Spiel. Fred said, with all the sadness in the world, WWE is a nice escape for a few hours. Trini said, losing my mom hurts the same as it did when it happened, and it's been nearly 20 years. You do learn to live with it, but it never heals, really. Typical Summer said, Days, the show was good, and I'm back. I've been dealing with a lot of stuff, mentally and physically, but I am feeling better now, just a little bit sick. Well, I'm glad you're on the mend, but some more positive news. in the chat. So I'm glad you're on the mend. James said WWE should have a new GM called Phony Con. Phony Con. Phony Con. Cowering in the corner. But we hurt because we care so much, says LA Fortnite. Which says 8 out of 10. Corey said, can you follow me? I will follow you, Corey. It would be my pleasure. Where am I following you? So on X. But follow me. If anyone follows me on X, Twitter, in the next, 10 minutes, I will follow you back. I mean, I do try to follow people back anyway. But if people follow me when I'm not around, then I don't always see. But yeah, if anyone follows me on X or Twitter, I'll keep an eye on it for the next 10 minutes, and I will follow those people back. I'm not doing it to get followers. I'm just saying. I will keep an eye on it, and I will do that. What are your thoughts about the new SmackDown GM? Really like him. Really like him. He's someone that we watched in the NWA. I wish he was a wrestler. Because he is a wrestler, and so I wish he was wrestling rather than GMing. But I'm just pleased that he has got himself a job that I think he's going to be very good at. And yeah, he had great matches with Cody. You can actually search Nick Aldis Cody on YouTube, and I'm sure you'll see him in action. Or just put Nick Aldis in and just watch some of his promos, matches. It's great. Really, really good. So yeah, I'm really pleased that he is. Really pleased that he's in the NWA. NWA. I'm really pleased in the WWE coming in from the NWA. Sorry, I'm just getting people that are now following that I'm trying to follow back. Nick Aldis was great in TNA. I never watched TNA, so I can't comment, to be honest. Let's go. All right, everyone that's liked has been followed back. Much love. It's still Twitter, damn it. X sounds like a porno. X gonna give it to you, innit? I hope Nick will eventually see in-ring competition, said Jim. Wrestling fan said, -30 out of 5 stars. No match was worth anything. Juan said, that was his name in TNA. They could say some of their name, but not all of it. Liam, much love. Been watching, but not typing. Liam, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Sean said, what do you rate the show tonight? Probably settling on a 7.75. Yeah, I'm just struggling with the OMG moment thing, but I did enjoy Charlotte Jades. But, and I'm really pleased for Nick Aldis, but yeah, well, I think I'll settle on a 7.75. It was good. I enjoyed it. Right. Sorry about the caps. You never watched Peak TNA, said Dwindler. Nope. Asuka Wing said, do you think Asuka should get a chance for the NXT Women's Championship? No. I don't think she needs it. Like Becky, I get because she never had it. So when she hangs up her boots, I think her knowing that she did achieve that. She was the NXT Women's Champ at some point. I get why she would want that. But Asuka's already done that. And I think, you know, she could go down and have some matches. I mean, she did. She went down and had a match with Roxanne Perez. And I've said before, I think the top level of NXT is waiting to get called up. So, you know, Asuka against, I don't know, whoever, Lyra Valkyria, right? You could see that happening on SmackDown in a month. I wouldn't be surprised if they called up Lyra Valkyria. She spent loads of time in NXT UK. She's only really just rounding things off in NXT. So I sort of feel like that top end of like Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, Ilya Dragunov, Lyra Valkyria, the Creeds. I feel like there's a lot of people there who in like Monday could all be on Raw, and I wouldn't be surprised. So I think that this is why like the main talent going down and having some matches doesn't really bother me, because I think there's some people that are main roster ready. But I don't think that Asuka needs to do anything more than just have some matches. She doesn't need that women's NXT Women's Championship. She's already won it. But Becky hadn't. So I could understand more why she wanted it, you know. Face Coaster said, seeing Aldous between Roman and Cody, it just didn't feel right. It was a bit strange, but I think that's just because we're not used to it. Tony Khan needs to join Pretty Deadly. That would be incredible. That would be incredible. Jim said, Nick Aldis versus Sting at Bound for Glory 2013 is not a good match. Neither had chemistry with each other. Triple H should have made Tony Khan SmackDown general manager, but that's just me, says LA Dark Knight. I'd be down for that as well. Big Time said, am I the only one still not really digging Cody winning the WWE title with a gold background? I want that visual of 2 belts. I not the only one still not really digging Cody winning the WWE title with a gold background. I want the visual of 2. Doesn't bother me. Whatever the WWE, as long as it is the current version of the WWE Championship, it doesn't bother me what it is. That is the belt. So if it's being symbolized by this gold thing at the moment, fine. If it's, you know, going to be the spinner belt, then whatever. If it's going to be the winged eagle, amazing. Whatever it is that's going to symbolize him reaching the mountaintop, and at the moment that is the symbol of the mountaintop. So no, I'm not bothered. No, it doesn't bother me. D Winler said, I'm surprised they didn't bring up Kurt doing a moonsault from the top of the cage in TNA on the JRE show. The Joe Rogan Experience. Was Becky always good? No. I can't see her in NXT. Well, she was all right in NXT. She got pretty good in NXT. She found her feet in NXT, but at the start she, you know, struggled to find. So she did like the Irish jig famously when she made her debut, which she says is probably worse than Shotmaster, because at least Shotmaster's was a mistake. She meant to do what she did. So she says it's probably worse than what Shotmaster did. And then, like, you know, she kind of found a bit of a steampunk vibe, which she brought to the main roster for a while. But she was always just not quite as good as, say, Charlotte, Sasha, Bayley. She could have stuck around in NXT a bit longer, and I think she would have got the women's title. But, no, she was in the conversation. She wasn't a disaster. She was like very much like Lyra Valkyria. So Lyra hasn't won the women's title, but she's good. But if Lyra was to get called up and never won that NXT title, you know, it was like the timing was just never quite right. And that was the same with Becky towards the end. So, yeah, no, it wasn't that she was bad or anything. It just never quite fell that way, you know. Asker Wing said, please answer. What are your predictions for Crown Jewel? Mine are Asuka versus Io, Drew versus Rollins, Roman versus LA Knight, Nia versus Rhea, Cody and Jay versus Bloodline. Certainly Drew Rollins, that I think has been made. Roman LA Knight, yeah. Nia versus Rhea would make sense. She's just faced Raquel. You might get Raquel in there as well, though. So it could be Nia versus Raquel versus Rhea. But Nia, Rhea, yeah. Cody J against Bloodline. Yep, that certainly felt like it was teased tonight. So Solo and Jimmy against Jay and Cody. The only one that I would just question would be Asuka against Io. I would love to see them just in a singles match. We are getting Charlotte. She's getting her opportunity. But I don't know if that's going to continue. There is a thought. I mean, I did like that thought earlier that it could be Jade's and Charlotte taking on Bayley and Io. So Io actually might not defend. So that would be the only one that I would sort of question there. But all the others look pretty good. Yeah. Liam, shout out to you. Said I've been loving the streams lately. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a good fun little show tonight. And my focus, though, unfortunately, is a little distracted. I am very, very focused on tomorrow. It's a big show, big stream. So if you are around, then drop by and share your thoughts. It's going to be a big one. But yeah, once we're done with that, I'm sure we'll do a Sunday stream. We've been doing Sunday streams. So we'll do a Sunday stream. And then, of course, we're back on Monday for Raw as well. So there we go. We're wrapping things up. Appreciate the support as always. Hope you had a lot of fun. And hopefully I will see you again next time, which will be tomorrow. Don't forget, if you are around. Hopefully I'll see you there. And if you are going to be watching that show, share your thoughts and whatever. And yeah, have a great evening. And I'll see you next time. Bye for now.